They want you to buy it, but they want you to negotiate it. And I'm asking to the women and also the men who have this position, what I started to ask, can an average man demand submission? That's too easy of a question. My question is, how much does your submission cost? We're not going to talk about what the men can get. We're going to ask how much do you, that's the question. How much do you charge? Not whether or not a man is worth it. How much do you charge? Hello, how are you?
How's it going, Mr. Samuels?
I'm well. How old are you?
I am 31.
All right. Are you single or you married?
I am married.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to the single women, but I'm going to ask you,
Sure.
do you think it's a valid question? Asking how much submission costs?
I think that, well, for one, I agree with a lot of the points that you've made, that women are freer, but we're not happier necessarily. So I think,
First off, is a question valid?
yes, it is.
Okay.
Because at
Now
least,
you're saying you're freer, but you're not happy.
right. And I guess, I'm not a man, but I guess from the man's perspective, it's better for him to know what he's dealing with, I guess, than to try to be with someone else.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
Okay. Is that harder to be in a high school student?
Yeah.
Okay. Where have you ever elevated in position and life is supposed to become easier
It doesn't.
or happier?
It doesn't. It becomes harder.
So with freedom, why would women think because you got more freedoms, it's supposed to be happier? You got more responsibility.
Right. And I think they lose track of their original, like
Well, marriage is not supposed to make you happy. And that's one of the big problems is our job is not to make you happy. Our job, your job is to support us. And happiness is supposed to come in relationships and things like that. But I try to keep married women kind of to a minimum.
Sure.
So I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Thanks for the opportunity.
All right. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Well, how old are you?
24.
24. Okay. The question on the table is, how much does submission cost?
So I would say that an average earner.
Okay, well,
I feel like I have been like ready to do that for an average person. So that makes average money.
all right. An average earner,
Mhm.
24, you would charge an average earner. What's an average earner?
30K, 40K.
At 24, I mean, as long as you're willing to live with that, cool.
And I
But
make more
that's $15, that's $15 an hour. So if you say an average earner is $30,000, you're prepared to live at that for a lifetime.
Yeah, and I make more than that because I know that
Hold on. I want to be clear. You're willing to live at that number for a lifetime?
well hopefully they would progress,
No,
move up.
no.
But I mean,
No,
I-
average people, no. See, where in the world will average people ever progress exponentially?
at all.
But they don't progress exponentially in the workplace.
Right.
So I want to go back. You said average earner, all right, at 24. But at 55, you'd be okay with an average earner? With 55-year-old bills and 55-year-old kids and 55-year-old responsibility?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you working?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
All right. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe one. Do you want kids?
I do, yes.
How many children?
I think 2.
So you
Or
okay with, so you're all right with being the breadwinner?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hey, as long as you're happy with, as long as, here's the thing, I hope you're being honest, because the average man, there's certain things that men cannot do anything about. Average is average for a reason. And more men are having issues with women who are making more money, not wanting to quote unquote marry down. So cool. Well, I hope that one, I hope you're honest being truthful. I'm a
But I
man.
haven't been able to find that though.
Well, that's not the broadcast. It's not the help me find a man broadcast today. The question is on the table. I'm going to also open up the Zoom line too, because the funny thing is, let's see. Hello, hello.
How are you?
I'm okay. How old are you?
36.
36. Are you single or are you married?
I'm divorced.
Okay. Any children?
I do have a 13-year-old daughter.
Mhm. So, the man you were married to, how much did you charge him for submission?
No monetary fee.
Explain. Were you submissive in your marriage?
Yes,
Who filed for divorce?
he did.
Huh?
He filed for divorce.
Care to share the grounds?
Yes, well, he was, we were a military family and there was infidelity
Recording
when
in
he was
progress.
deployed on his end, and the trust was never rebuilt after that.
So he filed for divorce because he cheated on you?
Essentially, he filed for divorce because I couldn't trust him, and it definitely broke down the trust in our relationship.
Were you working?
I am a career woman. I'm a licensed clinical therapist.
Did you watch my broadcast last night?
I did.
What do you think about sharing a man?
It's not really consistent with my values at this time, but I can see how it might be consistent. I mean, I don't have any judgment against men who want to share and women who want to share. It's just not
But
consistent.
do you want to
with what I want.
remarry?
I do. I still believe in the sanctity of marriage and monogamy.
Well,
Yes, that-
monogamy and those two things are synonymous. That's one of the big lies of the 20th century. Sanctity of marriage, did you use, when you got married, are you Christian?
I am.
Okay, well then, in the Bible, where's monogamy in the Bible?
Well, that was part of the reason. Yeah, I mean,
See, here's what and I'm asking you questions because you were married and you couldn't forgive. So you wouldn't retrust. Okay, fine. But now if you want to get remarried, some man is going to have to take somebody else's kids. They're going to have to share you.
my daughter is a blessing. So whichever man I welcome into my life is going to see her as such.
Your daughter is your blessing. Your daughter is a liability no, it's not how that works. It's not how that works. Your daughter, as wonderful as she is she an asset or a liability to another man?
To the right man, she's an asset. To the wrong man,
Okay,
she's a
see, now we
liability.
get there, people. No. How is your child an asset when a man, okay, let's take it away from you. Let's take it to the mammal kingdom. Let's take it to mammals. When males take over a pride of women, what happens to the cubs? What happens to the offspring of the other men?
Wait, are you asking me about?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
There?
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. In the animal kingdom, when when lions take over a new pride, what happens to the cubs of the other lions? The previous lion.
You're asking me about when male lions take
Yeah,
over
ma'am.
the
Is it
cubs.
natural for a man to take care of another man's kids?
Listen, I'm not a lion or a
Ma'am,
man.
okay,
I can
ma'am,
only
okay,
speak
all
from
right.
the
So now we're getting there.
perspective
Now we're
of
getting there.
myself.
Now we're getting there. Ma'am, I just asked you, is it natural for a man to take care of another man's children?
I can speak from the perspective of a natural.
What do you think, ma'am? See, now when they start to be disingenuous or deflect, they don't want to answer the question. So for the people without understanding how we got here, is you were married and your husband cheated. I'm taking your story as it is, and you could not forgive. Okay. But you want to be remarried. You're coming into another marriage with somebody else's kid. That man is going to have to share you with those kids and another man. Why is it okay for him to share and not you? Your child, man, no matter how you slice it, is a liability to another man. He has to pay for another man's seed.
So I guess that's part of what I know that I want and what I learned from see my ex-husband that was my daughter's stepdad. So that was his attitude. And that's part of what was unhealthy.
Hold on,
deteriorated our marriage.
your husband was your daughter's stepdad.
Daughter's stepfather.
So you had a baby, so you had a kid before you got married. That made the story even worse.
Worse, as in like.
I want you to listen to what I'm about to say. Why is a woman who chose to have a child outside of wedlock, why were you entitled to, do you think it's, I don't want to say, why, you were fortunate you even got married. And a man stepped in, yes.
Yeah, I was married to a man who did not appreciate my daughter.
Women today, honestly.
Unhealthy marriage is not healthy. And I was
unhealthy. You're just talking. You're talking. Man, you had a baby, and that's cool. I get it. But why didn't you marry your child's father?
Why didn't I marry my daughter's father? Because I didn't want to. And we were not, that was not the path that I took for a reason.
I'm asking why.
I just didn't want to. He wasn't marriage material.
But he was birth material.
Yeah, he was someone that I did have a child with.
No, man.
And that's okay.
The reason I'm doing this is I want you to understand these women are so much character driven. And I want you to listen to the answers. Get over my tone. Listen to the intent. These character driven women, I asked you a question. She's not being dirty. It's not something I wanted to do. And why did you make a baby with it?
I wanted to. Why did you make a baby with who you wanted to make?
And there we go. When they start answering questions with questions, they're triggered and deflected. This is all it is. So again, we got baby mama who had a stepdaddy. Stepdaddy, who he was already sharing her with her kid and possibly the baby daddy, because he decided to step out on a marriage, if I believe her. I don't believe anything coming out of her mouth right now because she's been so disingenuous. But even at that, she could not forgive. Fine. You got a husband, you have a baby daddy, you got an ex-husband. Why do you women feel like you get unlimited men? Maybe you're just out of the game, man.
There's a lot of assumptions. Even the assumption that I cannot forgive. That's not what happened at all. I didn't say I divorced him because I couldn't forgive him. He had zero patience.
You couldn't get over it, man. Whatever, man. I know what I heard. You said you couldn't get over it. I don't have to be exact. But the bottom line is, man, modern women are so goddamn entitled. That's why I let this go, guys. Because they come in with these Pollyanna eyes and looking so innocent. He cheated and he did this, and all you're hearing is modern woman. They already got a kid. We're fortunate enough to find someone to marry. You say he cheated and stepped out. If we believe the story is the way it is, couldn't get over it. Then you want to get remarried one day. Cool. But that man has to already share you with another man you made a child with. And women think that's fair. Personally, you can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. I want you to understand how insane that sounds to me. And she came in, I'm my character. What fucking character? I made a baby because I wanted to. Okay. Why did you do it? And I asked the initial question, How much did you charge for submission? No cost, because she wasn't the least bit submissive. Not the least bit submissive. She came through the door with attitude, and I think some of the worst women to deal with are Christian, Bible thumping, entitled, righteous baby mamas. Some of the worst. Oh my God, you cannot make this shit up. Enjoy that one. Wow. Wow. So my critics and detractors, listen, don't get hung up on me. Listen to how women talk about me.
I was over here falling asleep. Let me take my scarf off. Hold on. Okay. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, how old are you?
32.
Are you single or are you married?
Single.
Okay, your head's off the camera. You get up the camera.
I ain't taking my stuff off. Oh, God, I look at that.
You ain't taking your scarf off and go away. I don't know why these people get off thinking I ain't doing this, I ain't doing that. I find it funny. So many of my critics and detractors spend so much time worried about my tone and my words, and you don't listen to the venom and the sarcasm and the disrespect and the disdain that comes out of women's mouths when they're just talking about men. But I think it's funny when women get fed up listening to women's bullshit, they can say whatever the hell they want to. Gentlemen, this stuff is going to be studied. We are seeing a pathology play out that is really rather crazy. I mean, wow. And I want you to understand, we got righteously indignant baby mamas. Hello.
Hey,
How old are you?
I'm 30.
30. Okay, let's reset. Are you single or are you married?
I'm single.
All right. Any children?
One.
How old is your child?
Oh gosh, you're gonna kill me, but he's 3 months.
Uh-oh.
But you know what? I want to say this as well. I would be considered a high value woman. I feel like
You would be considered a high value or you would not?
I would be.
Okay. Why do you think that?
I make the income. I have that self-confidence, I have that, I watch your lives. I can't believe you just even, like, this is
Okay,
great.
so you have the money, you have the self-confidence.
I have the self-confidence. I have been in multiple relationships where, I have been proposed to. I did just have a child. I've been with my guy for 2 years, so I know you may,
Y'all still together?
we are still, hold on. Go put him back in your mom's room, just really quick. Really quick. Go put him back in there real quick.
Are you still with the man?
Angel, I'm on Kevin Samuels. Get your nephew real quick. This is real
Oh
shit.
my God.
Gotta add it. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. Okay. But yeah,
You gotta get that under control. All that background noise and all that stuff. We gotta get that.
so yes, I am what some, may consider a high value woman. I make the income. I am a serial entrepreneur. I just had my first child.
Ma'am, stop. I'll let you speak, and I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions, because if you're with somebody, but I'm gonna just be direct. What you just described as a high value woman, men don't give a shit about that. That does not make you high value. Low. See, I let you talk.
Okay, sorry.
And you can tell me some. I don't know why you ladies feel so damn comfortable with some. Just because you can make that up. No. But if you're with the guy, congratulations. I'm going to leave it alone. Are you guys getting married?
So
That's a yes or no.
Are we going to get married? That's the spot. So we've been,
Excuse me? Yes, you broke up.
hear me?
You broke up.
You hear me now?
Yes.
So I would say yes. Has he proposed? No. We have been together. We've been together for a few years. So
Okay, have a good evening, ma'am. I mean, I don't want to, you're engaged, and the things I would say to you may wreck your relationship. But I would speak in general. You know, when women are married, I try to kind of let that be because they've already been selected by a man. But I just want you ladies to ask yourself, did you hear submission requires good faith and humility? There is a peacefulness that comes along with women who submit. It's not something you do with your teeth gritted. And I just want you to ask yourself, as you listen to women, are you hearing humility and good faith? If I put most women who speak, put their voice in a changer, you would think that the person speaking is a man by what comes out of their mouths. It's insane how many women think, I'm high value. That's not what men care about. Some guys do. Okay, some guys. But at the end of the day, I want you to remember, the women who tend to make these arguments, all unmarried, the majority have kids. Hello. How are you?
Great.
Good. How old are you?
I am 27 years old.
All right. You need to turn your volume down a little bit.
Turn it down?
Yeah, you kept got a little reverb.
Okay.
Okay. Are you single or are you married?
I am in a relationship.
So you're single.
Correct. I'm not married.
All right. You have any children?
No.
How long have you been in your relationship?
About 4 months.
4 months. Do you want to be married one day?
Yes.
Okay. How much are you going to charge for your submission?
Submission in my lifestyle is trust and being a provider. So to put a money,
You know what?
you want a number on it?
No. You said in your submission, you said it's the trust in being a provider.
Yes, being head of the household, like I just expect him to lead and me be able to trust his word.
Yeah, but how much are you going to charge for that?
I'm gonna charge what it takes to
No. Give us a number.
a number,
Annual number. How much are you going to charge annually for your submission?
our mortgage. The head of
Okay,
house.
I'm trying to be respectful. You know what I'm asking? Why are you resisting answering the question that it's asked?
I personally feel like it's the number on it is the rent or the mortgage of the home. Personally, if we have to put a number on it, we're putting the rent, the mortgage of a home on it.
You don't, okay. How much is a rent or mortgage?
Let's say,
It depends on where you live.
of course.
See,
So let's say
the reason this question is
3,000.
effective, gentlemen, is because it makes women actually ask, and you see how they squirm. You're squirming, and I'm just asking, how much are you going to charge? Meaning, how much does your man have to make annually for you to choose to be submissive to him?
Over 6 figures.
What does that mean, man? Over 6 figures?
Over $100,000 a
All
year.
right. I'm really trying to be patient. I'm about to not be.
Okay.
And if that happens, it won't be because I haven't tried.
I understand.
Over 6 figures. Put it in a ballpark, ma'am, an approximation.
Oh, approximately
No,
over
ma'am,
100.
give me a number. Closer.
Give you a number?
To the nearest $10,000.
Let's say 250,000 a year.
Mhm. What state do you live in?
Florida.
What city?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
City?
Miami,
Do you want children?
yes,
How many?
2.
Do you want to be a housewife or do you want to have to work?
I work, but I'd
Do
like
you want to
to,
be a housewife or do you want to have to work?
I'd like to be a housewife.
$250,000 afforded don't go very far with family of 5.
Correct, but I do make.
Housewives don't make nothing.
Very-
Yeah, all I'm asking is, see, this is a good question for you guys to ask them because you see how they're trying to do the calculations and what they're really saying is, I charge a hell of a lot of money to submit, but I don't want to say it because it sounds bad.
You're right.
But y'all don't mind charging it.
I mean, I would like a financially stable man. I personally have set that tone. I want a man that makes a certain level of income so I can cook and be in my feminine place.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you, okay, so, like I said earlier, when I was talking to people, how did you set your price?
I set
How
my
did you
price-
set your price? Yeah, so you said you were like a man who does X, Y, and Z. How did you set that number?
How did I set that number? I looked at the cost of living where I live and what I make and what I would want from my man to make from the very first date.
And you're 27?
Yes,
Did you go to college?
yes.
What's your degree in?
Communication and conflict.
What do you do for a profession?
I do e-commerce. I own e-commerce brands doing around 7 to 8 figures a year.
So, you set your femininity price based upon what you want your man to make based upon your income.
No. Well, yes and no, because I'm not looking for a man to make equal or greater income, but I am looking for him to make enough to
Man,
sustain the
and
lifestyle.
also he has to make more money.
Well, he has to make enough for the lifestyle I'm looking for.
Right. And what is that? A Lux lifestyle?
At least $250,000 a year.
$250,000 a year today with no children. That's what you're not adding.
Yes, today with.
See, what they're basically, no offense, but y'all don't think about anything else other than yourselves. He has a lifestyle. He has to pay for your lifestyle, and he has to pay for these kids. So how much is he going to need to make? To replace your income?
Probably double that, honestly, if we're being realistic.
Well, if you're a business person and you're charging for your feminine submission, don't you think you should know how much a man needs to make to afford it? Because
Yes,
you said 250, and I just said, not in Miami, but you're
You're right.
talking like a single woman, but
you're
you're
right.
on the
I was being
market.
modest. I was being modest, but
That wouldn't be modest, I just don't think you were given the number, factoring in kids and what it's going to cost.
correct.
So how much is a man going to need to make then for your submission?
At least 7 figures in a Miami lifestyle with 2 children.
7 figures. Now, what does your mother and father do for a living?
My dad buys and sells private jets and refurbishes them.
What did your mom do?
My mom was a traditional housewife.
Okay. Did your mother raise you to be a traditional housewife?
Yes. I was raised to cook. No matter what time it was, I will say that I was raised to cook breakfast every day.
Traditional housewives don't run e-commerce businesses.
Correct.
Traditional housewives generally are married before 25.
Correct. I don't know why I paused.
Traditional are generally married before 25.
There you go. Correct.
And then what ethnicity do you want your husband to be?
Definitely a minority, preferably.
Oh, goddamn. I said ethnicity. Why can't you? A minority.
Ethnicity would be if he was
Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, or other. Which one do you prefer?
preferably black.
Now, I want you guys to understand something. Men are very simple communicators, direct. And I want you guys to go through my videos and listen to how many times I ask a direct question and I get some vague bullshit indirect answer. This is the technique women typically do to try to frustrate men to get out of our frame. It's a control tactic. It's what girls learn in order to, and it's when they learn this as little girls to exert their influence. You know exactly what you're doing. I'm just calling it out. It's not cute, it's not funny. It's really not. But I'll do this because you think you're getting something out of it, but you
No,
know the
I-
question I'm
I-
asking. I asked you ethnicity, a minority. But
No,
you
I
said-
prefer a black man making.
Then why not just say that first?
Getting more comfortable, so
Excuse me?
I said I'm getting more comfortable, so I'll
Are
be
you
direct.
black?
Yes,
Then why not just say black?
you're right. Black man making over $1 million,
Right. How many of those in this country?
less than 1%.
Give me a number.
Number, probably less than 10,000. It's probably a very small number.
Yeah, very small. How old do you think they typically are?
Over 25. $30, $35. I think that's a good range for a man making 7 figures.
At what age does a man hit his financial stride?
30. You tell me.
Well, ma'am, you say your mom raised you to be a traditional housewife. You say your dad sold and bought jets. If you were raised to live in this lifestyle, I think you would understand the economics behind it, the setup behind it. But as we talk, you were raised to be a modern woman. Because you're talking like one. You have a business, you want this lifestyle, lux lifestyle, you don't even understand. You don't speak like a woman who understands who these men are. You just know what they have. 45 to 55 is when a man hits his financial stride.
In
So you're coming-
2022,
Excuse me?
in 2022, when there's so many different avenues,
Use the census yourself.
Okay.
That's what it is, man. How do men legally make so much money early in their career?
tech companies, NFTs, and crypto.
Oh. And that's what you guys
when I
understand.
said-
And I'm saying that, and I want you, ladies, and I'm glad you said that because you don't think you mean this, but women, y'all think it's just magic. Y'all think that it's just because technology exists that all of a sudden the structural limitations on higher income just went away. Just because the internet exists, smartphones, Google, crypto, and technology, does that change the percentage of men at the top?
I don't feel like it changes the percentage. I feel like it changes the age.
No, it doesn't. Not appreciably. Because what profession, okay. Shaq just sold his house. 76,000 square foot house. Shaq, you know who he is, right?
Correct.
Big Diesel. Uh-huh. What profession do you think, what was the profession of the person who purchased that home? What do you think it was?
Tech. Anything internet based.
This fucking house was bought by a dentist.
Are you serious? I didn't know that.
And that's the problem. You want men in this category you don't know. Like Chris Rock. I live where I live in the gay community. My next door neighbor's a dentist. What professions, what are some of the top 10 highest earning professions in this country?
In this country, from what I was aware of, I did think it was Silicon Valley type professions, things that were software companies.
That's one industry. What other ones?
What other ones? E-commerce brands, e-commerce owners. And then obviously then you have people in the medical field, and then you have people in oil and motor and things like that, or even just automotive.
Have you ever dated a millionaire?
I have.
Seriously?
No, I have.
For marriage?
It didn't get that far because of my lack of submission.
I thought you were raised to be a traditional housewife.
But I had to go to therapy. I had to learn a little bit how to take a step back and be in my feminine place. I'm not going to sit here like I didn't have an ego problem when I first started making money, like a lot of women.
Do you think that's worth $1 million?
I think that going to therapy and understanding as a woman I needed to change is worth $1 million, yes.
It was a McLaren, but the motor blew up, and the transmission got lost, and it was involved in a wreck. But because he took it to the mechanic and it made it look and almost like new, it's worth brand new prices.
I feel like you're comparing that situation if I had a child or I was married.
No, I'm comparing the situation that you're 27, you got a lot of ego. Fine, cool, but that runs out because pretty is a dime a dozen in this world. There are plenty of pretty women who are married to
But
to sell
peace-
insurance.
but peace and kindness.
Men who sell insurance. Men who make the kind of money you're talking about, what do they want more than anything else?
For me to make their life easier. And peace.
They want cooperation and peace with it. But are you peaceful?
Very peaceful. I've learned that's happened. That's come up with time. It's definitely come with time.
So I want you folks to understand that $1 million is an insane amount of money to put on but you're fine. But in order to get that, you have to understand who these men are. And I've just showed you that you don't understand what they do. So how are you going to be around these men if you don't know what they do? You don't know their environment. That means to me, you haven't studied these men at all. So how are you really going to provide any peace to a subject who are ignorant about it?
I'm going to take a step back and understand the environment that I want to be in and what I can bring to the table to make $1 million man.
Yeah, what if you get a man that's making about 55 to 75?
I'm not doing that.
Okay.
It's
All right.
going to be an issue.
Oh, good.
I feel like I can have a standard. I don't have any children.
You can have it, no. See, the funny thing is when women do that, when women say you have standards, it's supposed to be okay, but if a man were to say something about weight, it was toxic. Your $1 million standard, you can have whatever you want, but you're 27. And the reality is, competition is fierce for a very select few for a few men. You don't know what they do, you don't know where they are, you don't know their profession, and why I'm doing this is because you said you were raised to be this way, raised to be a traditional housewife. There's nothing traditional about you. You're a straight modern woman. And
So what is the ideal
modern women, especially attractive women, end up getting flued out, wined and dined until they're 30. Then we move on to the 25-year-old version of you. That's what happens because you don't capitalize on the things you were taught or you knew in your youth because you were trying to hold out for a better deal, not realizing you're not the prize. He is. That's what happens. And Miami is ground zero. So you should see this. So how has living in Miami helped you better land a millionaire?
I can definitely say I've seen more of a more financial, environment of those types of men. But again, the men in those professions that you're speaking of aren't living in Miami. They're living in probably Boca or Fort Lauderdale. I don't think.
The top paying professions are medical, not tech. Why am I doing this, folks? Because you're, whether you understand or not, you're pretty emblematic of many women today who want an extreme amount of money. Was your father a millionaire?
Yes,
Was he a millionaire at 25?
29.
Mm-hmm. And you said you did have $1 million guy, but so top 20 jobs: software developer, dentist. Like I said, 3 effing times.
We're both right
Warrior.
though.
Excuse me?
We're both right. Software and
No, we're
dentistry
not both
on the
right.
same
No,
list.
no, we're not both right.
But we have the same.
You said tech, man. You said tech. You know, when
I did
today,
say software.
today women want to use tech to mean anything that has to do with a computer. That's not tech.
But I
NFTs and
did
crypto
say
is not
software.
tech. This is sign language. This is why right here, and I want you to understand, what you just saw, therapy didn't matter, because you're still trying to be right.
I thought we could both be right, but okay.
Okay, the difference is, you're the one that's still trying to land the guy. I'm the one that talks to the guys who look at you ladies and say, I'm not going to give her, no. She may be cute, but she's too unmanageable. Even the way she talked to you. Because you got to understand, the kind of man you're talking about, he has to bring around his colleagues, his clients. And this little back and forth that you've done here will fuck up a lot of money.
Would never do that.
Okay, of course not. They all, remember, my pit bull never bites anybody. That's what it always is. Software developer, dentist, lawyer, surgeon, physician, nurse practitioner, physician assistant, financial manager, information security, psychiatrist, data scientist, pharmacist, registered nurse, statistician, sales management. And they're getting more, but most of the high-earning positions in this country require professional license. And the reason people do this tech shit is because tech is this vague stuff that anybody can do and make 6 figures. And they think because you can make 6 figures, it can turn into 7, and it fucking doesn't. It requires certifications, professional schooling, and then it requires long hours, networking. How in the hell are you going to be a wife and run $1 million business and marry a man that has to work 60 hours?
You're right. I'm gonna have to take a step back and be my man's
You're going to
subordinate.
have to buy a French Bulldog, Shar-Pei, Schnauzer. That's much more like it. Because the men that you would naturally fit with, because $1 million is extremely high. You know, I would put you in the top 15 or 10%, but not million. That's a very different category. And those guys, you would think are beneath you. If a guy made $85,000, you would think he's beneath you.
I wouldn't consider him beneath me. I feel like I would have a hard time trusting his ability to provide for our children and our home.
So what's more important, people or your lifestyle?
The ability to provide, so people.
No, man. If a man is making $85,000, he can provide. He just can't provide a luxe lifestyle. I asked the question exactly how I asked it.
You're right. So money is going to be over for the lifestyle I'm looking for.
No, what's likely going to happen, because you can, if I put you in a room with these men, they would find you attractive. But let's go down that path. Are you okay with sharing?
Sharing my relationship with
Oh,
another
yeah.
woman?
Yes, for sure.
No,
100%.
no.
So, you want $1 million.
Would
And
you
you-
drink out of a water bottle after me?
Excuse me. You want $1 million. Because I asked you what's more important, people, relationships, and money. And at least you're aware enough to know, and I'm not going to call you shallow, but people will call it vain. That's cool. A lot of attractive women really are vain because you get shit given to you because you have pretty privilege. But I crisscross this country talking to women who are as attractive or more, who are single as hell. Matter of fact, they are headquartered in five cities: Los Angeles, Houston, Chicago, New York City, and Miami. Pretty professional prison. The men that, if your ego was in check, you would more likely be able to get with a guy who's top 15, top 10% earner, but you don't trust his ability to provide. He's in the top 15 or 10%, but he cannot provide Dior or Hermes. But if that's what you require, please, why should that man only have one woman?
Because I wouldn't ask him to drink out of the same water bottle another man drank out of.
Stop trying to defeat. No. When have men in the top 1% in any monetary system, any system of government, any country, any time frame on the planet been strictly monogamous?
You're right. There's not a lot of monogamy left in a lot of countries.
No, not in top 1% men. When have men who are royalty or nobles ever been strictly monogamous?
We're not seeing it, no.
So then why do you get it?
In this day and age, we is very high chance I'm not going to get it, but I do like to believe in hope that I can achieve
So you
it.
want to set yourself up for failure? Because if put you in a room with a guy who's making $80,000 and you wouldn't trust his ability to provide, and put you in a room with a seven-figure man and he says straight up, "Oh, you could be my wife, but I am going to have one or two women on the side," you'll know about it.
At least we're getting honest.
Oh no, we're gonna be real honest, because here's the question: can you roll with it? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I can pull up some women right now that I've talked to about this concept for several months, who women you would say, she got far more than me, and they accept it. I've learned this from these women. So man, I'm asking you, if you want these millionaire men, cool, let's roll down there. You don't get strict monogamy.
You're right. In 99.9% of situations, we're not going to get it. But
So you're still holding out for the 1%? You're still trying to hold out for the 0.1%?
No, of course
Is
not.
it better to get the lifestyle you want and have to share your man, have no man, or have to decrease your lifestyle?
I do feel like it's better to share my man and have my lifestyle and my family. Yes, I do. I would take that over being alone. Come on now.
No, I don't know, because the way you're talking, you want it all.
No, I would settle, if I had to settle, I would settle for my family and my lifestyle with a high
What would you
value.
be settling? Why would that? No,
Sharing.
man, he's the asset, not you. He'd be selling for you. See, that's the women who get with these men, they understand that's the bag.
That's the catch.
But you, and I'm no offense, but what tends to happen with attractive women is you get so much attention. You think that men at this level, and you think you can treat all the men at the same level. And I'm sitting here talking, I'm like, dear heart, I know the men you're talking about. And they're like, yeah, I'd kick it with us for a little bit. I'd spend 30, 50 on it, and then I'm out. I'm not gonna try to manage this. They're not gonna work with you. They're not gonna try to train you up. They're gonna just go ahead and 1099 girlfriend you out. Here you go, baby girl. Here's your severance package. What's your friend's name and your sister? I'm not joking. I'm dead ass serious. I'm dead ass serious. And you can collect Birkin bags and Mitzvahs and all other kind of stuff, and Kelly purses and Chanel bags. You can collect all that stuff. But at 30 years old, if you have not secured, well, actually it's 27. If you haven't secured it, you're going to have to start making discounts. So,
And the discount being monogamy?
with $1 million man, you can automatically write that off. You would be better off understanding that at best, you'd be lucky if you could get a man like that to marry you. So that should be where you set your limit. Whatever he does, he marries me, I'm good. Whatever he does, that's fine. That would be a better attitude. other than trying to control what he's doing. Because what you've demonstrated here is your tolerance for anything other than that doesn't exist. So it's either that or nothing. You know what's extremely sad? 55-year-old used to be pretty women. And there are a lot of them.
I would take my family and my lifestyle though over monogamy. I've said that.
That's a better mindset to be in, but then you still gotta get it.
I do.
And what we've shown is you don't know them, so how are you gonna get them? They're not even in your social circle.
I wouldn't say they're not.
Here's the funny thing, in these focus groups, and I'm gonna tell you, when I start putting these men on camera and they start telling you themselves, you'll see it. When you start hearing that you're not even in the places where they are. And I'll tell you how I know that, because as soon as you said the age range, you're out.
I feel like high value men most of them are very boring, especially in those professions. They're hanging out in different places. I would have to change where I'm going.
You feel like they're boring?
I do. I definitely feel like the professions, they're definitely boring. And they're in different places. So I would have to change where I'm going to put myself in those environments. I don't think that they're unobtainable. I have to make the changes to go to those rooms.
The men who make millions of dollars have boring lifestyle.
I feel like a majority, they're living a life of peace. They're not out here in clubs and bars. They're living a life of peace.
Folks, I just let that run. I let that run because the arrogance it takes to make that statement is mind-boggling.
You're a 45-year-old
Mind-boggling.
in a club
The
of
men who make millions of dollars have to live a lifestyle of structure. They work a lot. And this is why I want you guys to understand that it doesn't matter. An average over here, they all want everything. You want a millionaire. You want to be a housewife. You want to have a luxe lifestyle. You want monogamy and you want excitement. French Bulldog, Champagne, Yorkie. You're laughing now.
Because I'm saying if I'm giving up the monogamy, what's stopping me from going to those places where that high value man is?
Nothing's stopping you from going there, but why wouldn't he pick you?
Because I'm, again, bringing that peace and that making his life easier.
Man.
So you don't think that I
Man.
can bring peace?
No, I don't, no, not you, no. I think you're another builder. Women like you require a lot of attention and you're high maintenance. High maintenance is opposite of peace. You're a side chick.
Why would I be high maintenance if I...
Because, man, listen, I'll tell you. You're high maintenance because you require luxury lifestyle. Listen, you're high maintenance because you require luxe lifestyle. That means the women who normally get these kind of guys get with these guys when they're in process and they build with them. You want to be standing at the finish line with pom-poms waiting for him to get there. Matter of fact, you don't even want to be in the finish line. You want to be in the executive seat for the box on the yacht, and you just want to show your titties and smile and say, "Take me." And he's like, "All right, I fuck you out. I do this with you, and we may make some pretty babies. Let me put about 2 or 3 million into this because she is going to go left. Sign this prenup because you're getting a prenup. Sign this, and here's your exit clause. Now, because she is going to go left because she requires a luxury lifestyle, you're already going to be a loss leader. And they're going to have other women because you're not in it for him. You're in it for you. That, by definition, is not peace."
So how can I be... I just want to know if I'm a modern day woman with a substantial income, equal or even greater in a sense, how can I not make our life easier in a relationship?
Because you want to be a housewife, your income doesn't matter.
I could pay a light bill. I can cook. I can clean.
Man, how come there are women who make more money than you who can't get men at that financial level?
I feel like a
Man,
lot.
I ask you a question. Listen.
Because
Listen,
they.
stop.
because they-
Listen. Women, there are women, like, you can look at entertainment and see this often. Why are women who are, they want their peers. They'll work, people will make records with them, make movies with them, but they can't marry men at their level or higher. Because those men have options and they want something different. Women who have the bag have to marry down. You want to marry up.
So I bring nothing, so my income, okay, we'll take away my income. My ability to be a homemaker doesn't count for anything.
I didn't say it didn't count for anything, but it doesn't count for $1 million. What, okay, ma'am, let's be reasonable. If your ability to be a homemaker or whatever it is you bring to the table was a product, what would differentiate your product from other products on the shelf?
It's
Is it the
100%
content?
vegan.
Huh?
The content, it's vegan, it's not damaged. I don't
It's
have
the
any
packaging.
children.
You're trading on your packaging more than anything else because I haven't heard much of content. Contents, because contents don't need to go to therapy because they were egotistical.
But the ability to change and listen to my man in a relationship and allow my man to be that leader that preach, provide, and protect should count for something.
Not millions of dollars. They don't want to. The men that do this don't let you allow nothing. The women come over there with whatever you like. See, you're used to being in control. And you keep leveraging what you have, and they're like, I don't care about that. I'm being honest with you. Man, and the thing is, okay, you're not going to be on top. He's in charge. You are secondary. It's about him, not you. And what I'm getting from you is your life is about you.
But my ability to cook for my providing husband or boyfriend or man doesn't count. To get up at 6 a.m. or 4 a.m. because he has to be at work at 6 doesn't count.
Ma'am, there are women who, so what makes your meal better than the meal that the woman who's married to a man making $50,000? What makes your meal better?
Consistency.
Man, she's cooking consistently too.
Consistency, and I feel like the ability to make his life easier.
Okay, let me stop.
I'm not
Let me ask you a hard question. Okay. You're familiar with an actress by the name of Gabrielle Sidibe?
I'm not familiar.
Familiar with Lizzo?
Okay.
Are you familiar with her?
No.
The musician, okay. Let's get it. If you're an average looking woman, a solid 4 or 5,
Okay.
would you be making the same demands?
No.
Thank you.
But considering you don't.
If you were a 4 or 5, you would be bringing the same things you're bringing to the table, but you know you could not demand what you're demanding now. That's why I said, if you were a product on the shelf, what substantially differentiates you from other products, women? Is it the contents? You just said, no, it's the packaging.
So we'll be direct then. Yes. Okay. I feel like I have a little bit of I can ask for what I'm asking for because I'm not a 4 or 5, let's just go into weight, size, face, the way
Yeah, you're attractive. You can, but
my appearance and my ability to cook that same meal and look a certain way, because let's be real, these high value men do want a woman that they can bring outside and be proud of. You do have to look a certain way. They're not bringing just anybody outside.
I really wish I could bring some of the women I've talked to this week and let you stand next to them, because then you'd be like, ooh, shit. Because, because here's the thing, who are you comparing yourself to? You're comparing yourself to the average woman walking around. And I'm saying that these men don't deal with average women. They're dealing with women to where you're the lowest level.
Okay.
Okay, if you're the lowest,
But what
if
makes,
you're an
what
eight,
is
if you're an
making
eight,
you the lowest
if
level?
you're an eight, if you're around Beyonce, there's still Kelly Rowland and Rihanna. Okay. And Beyonce had to put in 7 years to get Jay-Z. The difference is the attitude. And what we're showing is when you're a pretty woman, far too often you guys trade on your looks and not the substance. And where it shows up is when you start demanding things that only your looks qualify you for.
I have pretty
Man, you just said if you were an average looking woman, you wouldn't be asking for what you're asking for, which means internally you don't qualify for it. From a content character, my value female standpoint. So you're doing it on looks. Cool. Don't you think those men up there recognize that she got the look, but she doesn't have the shit to go a long distance? Let me ask you about your, when's your last relationship?
My current relationship that I'm in or previous?
Previous relationship.
Previous relationship was a few years.
When was it?
Before the one that I'm in,
In the last 3 years?
yes,
Was he a millionaire?
yes,
Why did he marry you?
because of my attitude.
Who ended the relationship?
I did.
Why?
I didn't feel like I was in a position to be feminine. I couldn't relax. Does that make sense?
I said that on Monday, because what you see for a lot of modern women is they can't relax. And I want you to understand that that relationship is an employer. These men run background check. And they look at your last relationship and they say, a millionaire had you and you couldn't act right with him either. And you left him. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to get you to understand is, yes, your looks may put you in a room, but as hard as it may be to sound, and as hard as it may be to hear, but what you said is much more of a fun girl or a side chick, not a wife.
But if I'm able to get into a relationship with a millionaire and not be in fear, and I'm being in my feminine place, why are you shaking your head? No, I'm in a feminine position.
How long you think, by what age you think that's gonna happen?
It happened. It definitely happened, but I was humbled. I just needed a situation where I could relax and trust that.
Are you getting married? Are you getting married?
100%. I definitely think that.
How long you guys been together?
4 months. We'll check back in 2 years, and I will send you.
2 years? 2 years?
I think it would definitely take at least. I think at the 2-year mark, I could definitely get engaged, and I will definitely invite you to my engagement party.
She doesn't know who I am, does she? You've already screwed this up 2 years?
You don't think I could get engaged in 2 years? A man knows if he's going to marry you within the first, I think, honestly, 6 months.
Right. And men like that typically move that fast. 2 years is you. Because you're not ready. Because you're not ready. So the point
You're
of
right.
So I want you to understand something. I want you just cut your own throat. Because I've said this so long, 6 to 12 months is all it really takes, especially for men who know what they want, men of value in particular. They don't date this long. That's why the chat room is going crazy. You don't even understand what you just said. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, let it go. And you just said, well, how long does it take? Well, he was on inside 6 months. Yeah, but you wouldn't be ready for 2 years. So a millionaire who's ready to go as a high value man has to wait on you for 2 years to get ready.
Definitely not. If my boyfriend asked me to get married in 6 months, 8 months, I'm saying yes, and I'll still extend the invite directly to you in my
Look,
family.
I'm not going to. If you're with somebody, man, but I'm telling you right now, what I'm gathering from you is you know yourself. If he asks you, yes. If he asks you to marry him, good luck with it. Because you're not ready. Because, ma'am, Be realistic. If you can make it, you can lose it. And if he doesn't have the money, you're gone.
If he makes that much money,
You,
who's
you,
to
you
say?
don't lie, man. If he doesn't have it, you're gone. That's what this entire conversation is proving. If you don't have the Lux lifestyle, you're gone. Especially if you're young.
Why?
Man,
Why am
if
I
he loses
gone?
this money in the next 5 years, you're gone because women like you would be like, well, shit, I have a few more minutes left on the shot clock. Let me go try to find another millionaire. And why do you think I can do this? Because I talk to women like you every day.
Why would I, and let's just be realistic, get married in 12 months, he falls off at 3 years. Why am I not able to I made millions, so why would I not be able to sustain our lifestyle at that level and still have a successful relationship? Why would
Because
I
you
not
wouldn't
be,
have respect for him.
why we're married? Why wouldn't I have respect for my husband?
Because, excuse me, man, you didn't have respect for the millionaire who was already paying for you years ago. Women, excuse me, you asked, hypergamy. You are extreme hypergamous. Women do not typically have respect for men they gotta pay for. Is
You're
the
right.
person older?
Yes.
So you'd be paying for an older man to raise his kids, and you'd be respecting him and be feminine. You couldn't be feminine when you were younger with a millionaire. Guys, you can learn a lot from this because this is what I mean. It's the modern woman. And the point is, women, you have so little value in who we are as men. Go back 20 minutes ago. If I asked you to write out in detail who this man was, that piece of paper would damn near be blank. But if I ask you to write out your lifestyle, you write War and Peace. The man is interchangeable. As long as he has a lifestyle that can keep you entertained, but he has to be monogamous. But that's not his job. Your job is to be on his program. Your job is to keep him entertained. Your job is to stay his wife. That's all my God.
So if my job is to make his life easier, make him happy, and be his basically his trophy to show off because he is the prize, I'll go with that. Why am I not in a position in a marriage to respect him as a man that he, maybe need to take a step back? Why would we have a shift of power in a marriage? Yes.
Because if you end up having to pay the bills, that means you're not able to raise your children, and you're going to resent him for the fact that you can't be doing what you really want to do. Because you want to do what you want to do.
I think
Listen. If you think I believe that you would go back and work 8, 10, 12 hours to make millions of dollars and be happy with dudes sitting up there at home with the kid, it doesn't work, man.
He would never sit there. And
Man,
I just
it
feel
does.
like my man
You're
would
asked
come
the-
up
okay,
this
man.
morning
You're asked the
and he'd
question.
be-
If a man is making less than you, your respect is going to go down. The clock, gentlemen, understand something. This is why I tell you to make more than your woman. Because when there is a clock, when he stops making more money than her, that motherfucking clock starts ticking. The countdown to her being out. And one thing, man, you would be out. You would be out. And that's not because that's what the world has told you ladies to do. If a man can't provide this, because the man himself, you ain't said nothing about who this man is, his character. It's been about money and a lifestyle. Cool. That's why I said side chick. But a man, if he has any sense, he has to understand that you need to understand who this man is from a character standpoint and what he has to deal with. All we talked about is you. You. And what I'm saying is this ain't too far off from what you described in the 3-year relationship.
But I'm bringing peace and making his life easier. So if he falls off on
Who gets to
Monday,
determine whether or not you're bringing peace?
his attitude, where he doesn't have
Who gets to determine whether or not you're bringing peace?
his attitude, he decides that.
Right.
So when
Okay,
he
so I need you to
describes
stop. The guy you were with for 3 years. If I asked him right now, hey man, did you experience her as a peaceful woman? He'd say what?
He would say yes. He would call me paranoid. He would say she's paranoid and
Right.
she would
You
not
weren't
allow him to
submissive,
be a
you
man.
weren't submissive, but you were peaceful.
I was peaceful, but I wasn't allowing him to be a man. I was not allowing it because I was
That's
scared.
not peaceful.
I was scared.
Don't care.
Okay.
The outcome, man, whatever your motives were, the outcome is whatever it wasn't peaceful. That's why I said, who gets to determine? The man does. And you're not listening.
But you don't think as a man he should have made me feel safe? Like in any way, shape, or form? You don't think it should be a man?
A millionaire, make
A
you
man,
feel,
period.
excuse me. No, that's the problem. That's what that woman said last on Instagram. Modern women have been told that a man owes you everything, all of him, and he's supposed to make you happy, feel safe, and that ain't it. Here's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to make him feel. You are
Correct.
Listen, man, this is a masculine attitude. You want a wife.
No, but I did learn from my mistakes. And that's what therapy was for.
Uh-huh. Well, if this has been a practice test, you need to go back to therapy.
I'm there on Tuesdays.
Ma'am, you said it. If you didn't have the packaging, you wouldn't be asking for what you're asking for.
But again, like at least I'm to a point where I have learned from my mistakes and I'm able to see what
Why
my
does a man in the top 1/10 of 1% have to accept an at least sign?
He doesn't.
Exactly, he doesn't. Thank you. He doesn't. That's my point, man.
But
That's
for
my
me
man.
to
That's my point. That is my point. As an 8, you have to compete with 9s, 10s, and adjustable 6s and 6s. All of those women who bring what you bring, many that bring more, and several of them are not at least sign. Many of them have been raised to be the support system. Many of them have been told by their mothers, oh yeah, you get this man, you get the name on the insurance, on the da-da-da-da-da, but he's going to have a woman and a mistress and an executive assistant. You got 4 women you got to deal with to get that one man. And you better be happy with it. Don't call me talking about you mad, you want to come home, I'm not going to hear it. I'm going to hang up on you and tell you to go bring my grandbabies to you. It ain't about you.
But why can't I help that $1 million man and be loyal and be, the housekeeper, the homekeeper, and the
What's your
mother?
job?
My job is from a laptop. I work.
No, what's your job as a wife?
My job as a wife is to take care of the home, to clean, cook, and care for.
What do you need to help him with?
Help him with his daily to-dos, like if his laundry's not done, if his breakfast is not ready, like his daily to-dos.
That's not
If he
helping.
needs
That's just
errands
doing your
run.
job.
But I feel like as a wife, I'm making his day-to-day easier.
Man, you said how come you can't help him? Help him by doing what, your job?
I fill in the blanks. I fill in where he lacks. So what he needs in that situation, that $1 million man, what he needs from me, that's where I go in and I do what I'm asked.
And therein lies the rub. Say that last sentence.
I do what I'm asked.
Right. You have to be asked. The women who marry these men are proactive. They already know what to do.
Everything I know what to do, you're saying wasn't doing anything.
It wasn't. That's why you're not married to this day. Guess what? Because you weren't trained to be a traditional wife. You're trained to be a modern woman. That's why you said if I didn't look the way I did, if I had a different package, I couldn't ask for this. You can go back and listen to this yourself. And you need to pay me, fuck your therapist. Because I'm giving you more to think about than anybody's couch will, because I talk to women like you daily. And I'm going to say this, and I don't mean any disrespect. They're not special. Key is, beauty is common. 1% men aren't. And what I'm saying is you're competing with women who don't have to be told what to do. They already know what to do, and they're being proactive. They say, you're a cardiologist, you're a doctor, you're a dentist, you're this, you're that. Like, I'll give you an example. I spent my birthday with a high-value man and his fiance that he met in my group. she shot her shot and she was a proactive solution to him, so much so that he's actually putting her in the law school so she can go work for his practice. That's how that works. Not just not be pretty and be willing to do if you feel like it, but do what you've been trained how to do, taught how to do, and then study your man enough to know what needs to be done without being asked. You want a good example of what we're talking about? You ever watch Iron Man?
Yes,
Pepper fucking Potts.
Yes.
That ain't what I'm talking to right now, is it? I'm talking to the woman at the beginning. The woman that
But I
was
definitely feel like I can be the Pepper Potts. type
Sure
of
you
man
can, but
life.
it's not, but here's the thing. It's not a matter if you can be, it's how long would it take?
I have to be proactive. I have one question though. Why can't a self woman work just like the man, and why can't I bring any income to the table?
Who's gonna raise your kids?
I can't do both from the computer at all. Like, it's not even a possibility in that type of relationship. Like a high value man, there's no possible way for a woman to bring
What's the
in
more important job, man? Okay, think about what you
Raising
just
the
said.
children.
Why can't I work? What is more valuable to that man?
raising our children.
Why are you still trying to go to work? Because that's what makes me feel valuable. Because it gives me input and control and power.
I just want to be able to do for my $1 million man the way that he does for me to some level. I just would like
And
that.
I asked you, what is important to him?
If what's important to him is, birthdays
Raising
and
good
holidays,
kids is what's important to him, not $100,000 more. See, the kind of man you're talking about, say, fuck the money you're gonna make, I'll go make another 150, 200, 500, another million. Raise my children correctly. Give me my legacy. I'll make the money. You're still trying to be the husband.
I just want to know why I'm not able to in modern day society. But you're right. And the most important
Why do you want to?
I just would like to try to make his life easier in any way, shape, or form. Like, why is that not
What makes you think
ever on
money
the
is gonna,
table?
if he's making the ends of meet like a motherfucker, why does he need you for that for?
You're right. I'm just raising the kids.
That's my point. And you would be a better fit with the $80,000 you got. But you wouldn't respect it.
There would be a power problem, but
You wouldn't respect
feel
him.
like
But I
being
want you to have-
proactive though, being proactive though in the right room, I can make $1 million man's life easier and raise our children.
Okay. Today
But
you're a side chick and mistress of fun girl. I'm not going to change that because your attitude is not appropriate for what these men want. It's
So
not
these
whether or not
men,
it's not whether or not, see, the fact that you're still not, okay, what if I'm right?
I definitely feel like in a lot of situations you are right. I just would like to know why $1 million man wouldn't want some type of anything. Like, why is there no possible way to do just even 70-30? Like, even just a 70-30 and I raise the children and maybe I pay for a birthday trip.
You ready?
Or maybe,
You ready?
yes, I would like to
Because
know.
it's you that values the money. It's you that values the lifestyle. The men who make this kind of money don't even spend money on themselves. They spend money on their kids, on their women. They walk around trying to get them to buy something for them. The only way I can get guys like this to buy something is I got to get their wife to get it because they make enough. You're trying to give him value the way he gives you value instead of being feminine and submissive and pay him that way. You're trying to pay him in a masculine provider way.
So, okay.
Your revenue is femininity and submission, the same thing you didn't give the first millionaire. You're trying to give a millionaire money. What the fuck? It's like trying to give a cow beef.
His love language was gifts. That's what I was.
Then suck it, ooh, Jesus.
He told me that. If we're being real, he said his.
Then his love language is gifts. Then dress up like a French maid. Did he say his love language is expensive gifts?
He liked gifts. He liked to be given gifts, like most.
Okay, but did you give him the gift of submission?
No.
That's the one motherfucking thing he wanted. You're the mother, you're the parent.
That's why I
want
learned
a bicycle. I want a bicycle. I really want this bicycle. I want a bicycle. And you're the mother that buys books, the clothes, the Play-Doh, the G.I. Joe, the video game, and everything else. You buy everything else, and the kid is sitting there like, ooh, all that costs like 10 bicycles. I gotta have a bicycle. And they finally grow up and be like, Mama, I love you, appreciate it. And you know I appreciate it, but when I was 10, I really wanted this Green Lantern bicycle. And you bought all this other stuff, and I love it. But why didn't you take that money and just buy the bicycle?
And that's why I learned from my mistakes.
No, you got to answer the question. I didn't get you the bicycle because I wanted to see you with other things. I wanted to see you get what I wanted to get. It's control. And this is not attractive. It makes good
I
sense.
learned that the hard way.
It makes great sense. It makes really, really good sex. That's why I've used around these men who have really pretty side chicks. You know, I think you're more or less, I don't think you're a housewife. Maybe when you grow up, you'll be an executive wife. Because you have to have, you have to have some sort of power. Huh?
I definitely feel like once I have a child, I definitely will.
Will you have a nanny?
No,
Do we have a maid?
no.
An au pair?
An oh what?
An au pair.
What is that?
Somebody to help with the kids.
No, I'm gonna take care of our
Do you have any
children.
pets?
We'll have maybe a dog.
Do you have any pets?
No,
Are you the only child?
no,
Have you ever babysat?
yes.
What's the longest you've ever been with a 6 to 1 year old?
I was an overnight nanny for years, so for infants under the age of 2.
Okay. Maybe. You know, when women get pregnant, maternal instinct does happen. But I think, basically, man, you're gonna get bored. You need to be in the mix.
Bored with my child?
You get bored, period. You get bored just on a Tuesday.
But I feel like as a mother, I don't have children, so I can't speak to the degree I want, but I just feel like when that opportunity is there and I have a child, I don't think that I would
That's
be bored
fine,
with
but
my
these children
child.
will eventually grow up to not need you
And
to
I'll
help.
have enough.
They will eventually grow up to not need you to helicopter them. Then what does life look like?
Life looks like me and my $1 million husband traveling the world still.
No. Your $1
Why?
million, oh Jesus, your $1 million fucking dollar husband has to work because he does it boring. What I just
He's never gonna retire?
Because you go, $1 million man marries you. You have his 3 kids, and his last child is 7 years old. The oldest is 10. They don't need to be tender-eared anymore. Now you got kids, whether they're homeschooled or going to private school, they're not home every day. You've been out of the workforce. Your desire to go make money doesn't fulfill you, make you feel like you're contributing. What do you think? All of a sudden now the kids are, we're going to just travel? No, you can't travel until those kids are out.
Okay, so my children are now.
Well, what are you going to do between the years of
PTA,
7 and 18?
PTA meetings, cheerleading, soccer.
Remember, go back about 40 minutes ago, we talked about boring. And see, that's the thing. Men who make a lot of money have to live structured, consistent lives, which are boring. You like to be in the mix, man. That's why, and this is why we keep coming back to this money thing and this and that. We spent a lot of time here, and this has been informative, but I need you to understand it. Even though I've given her a lot, she's still going to do what she thinks is right, which is fine. But I'm gonna tell you, it's the mindset. Because here's the thing, you gotta ask yourself a question. If you get it in the room with these guys, and there are a finite amount of them, if you don't get them, Then what?
If I don't get.
If you don't get a
$1 million,
millionaire, then what?
then I would have to start taking discounts. That's the inevitable.
And how much of a discount? Right. So, at what age is that gonna happen?
I would say 29.
What is the price gonna be then?
85,000, I guess.
Oh, so
Then
you can ask for $1 million at 27, but at 29, it's gonna drop 85.
you're making me feel like my biological clock is ticking, so it's
Well,
not
I didn't do
29.
that. That's your creator. I didn't do that. That's the creator.
But I mean, I feel like at 29, if I'm not if I'm not married by then yes, I would have to start understanding. Okay, I'm looking for $1 million man, and I haven't gotten one. What do I need to change about myself to get these men? And then again, like I'm older now, so I need to take
Okay, I
a
got a
step
couple
back.
more questions though. What are you prepared to put up with? Because you say monogamy, you didn't really want that, but what are you willing to put up with for this? Because what else are you willing to put up with?
Long work hours.
Oh, that's standard.
So what is considered not standard for me to be able to?
No, whatever the man has to do to make the money, he has to continue to do that. But what I'm asking is, what are you willing to put up with? If he is, like I said, not having monogamy, are you willing to gladly accept it?
You already put me in the scenario of yes, I'm accepting that.
I'm not. I want to get it on the record. Are you willing to gladly accept it?
I don't think gladly is the
Okay.
correct term.
Well, if it's begrudging, then he's going to be passive aggressive. It's going to cause problems. That's why I'm like, you want a man up here, you better understand it. You better to understand it. This is likely what it's going to come with. And you might as well just be glad and accept it. It's kind of like getting a shot.
Okay, so for this situation, yes, we will gladly
Well,
take
okay,
that.
but that's only one thing. Then what else?
I need to know what else is the standard discounts that we're a woman of
What else are you willing to
pay.
put up with this man? Because he comes and says, what if
Because we're putting up with no-
what if he is, how tall are you?
I'm 4'11".
Okay. What if he's has a dad bod?
A dad bod.
Mhm.
I definitely feel like that's something that can be changed, so that's not.
No, it's not changing. That's what he has.
Oh, that's just what he is for the rest of his life.
And he's only gonna get older.
Then yes, that's something I'm willing to put up with.
Okay, well, dad bod, what about if he starts to lose his hair?
That's definitely something I'm willing to put up with.
What about if, you really can't have orgasms that frequently in sex? And we're talking less than 5% of the time. How about this? When you have sex, you gotta actually pleasure yourself.
Consistently?
Oh, yes. And for our audience who thinks I'm joking, trust me, I'm asking these questions because, go ahead. Sex is about 15 minutes and it's about him.
That one's gonna be harder. Let's skip. We're not.
So you can't tolerate, so you need to have a good sex life?
I would say above average.
What if you got a little Johnson?
It's not the size of the wave, it's the motion of the ocean.
Women say that shit all the time, and men dudes with little dicks will tell you that's not true. Yeah, I can stop this bullshit. Bottom line is, I want you to understand, we talked about his money. We haven't even talked about the man. What does he have? Does he have to look? Does he have to be very attractive? Or can he be average looking?
He can be average.
Like CeeLo Green.
Yes, he can be average.
Cool. And he can still have a mistress. Like, all these things compound, man, because I asked you.
Are these public mistresses?
Yeah,
Or do I not
see,
know
man,
them?
see, what I'm trying to get you to understand is what else. See, most of the thing, I'll accept that. But that's just one thing. Life goes on.
I just want to know if I'm accepting a public mistress.
Sure.
Public?
You would know about it. Not necessarily public, but you would know. But it's not like he throw it in your face and try to humiliate you. That, you don't have to accept that. It comes with rules.
public humiliation.
I
of
said
the
it
dog.
does not, I just said that that's not good for his brain. So no public humiliation, but you would know. You'd have her phone number, email address, everything else. You'd actually can call him. He's over there every Wednesday night.
So at this point, we have a mutual understanding, so yes.
This is how it happens, man. And see, what I'm saying is women who have the kind of lifestyle you're talking about, no, it comes with a man who has to work a certain way, do a certain thing, and he's not going to get everything from you. And your job, and so I think it's interesting that women want everything from this man. I was like, you not realize that these men are going to have other interests, and a lot of these women aren't getting the best sex, they're getting average sex, if at all. Maybe you don't get it as often. Are you happy with having a relationship with its money and not the man? Because more often than not, he ain't gonna be around.
I appreciate a man that is providing for us, so yes.
Okay.
Let's not
What
take
I'm
it out
trying
of
to get you to
context.
understand is you gotta think about the man and the environment that comes with it. Men who make a lot of money work long hours. They got a lot of commitments, they got a lot of responsibilities. They have a lot, and as a woman, the way you started this conversation is you got a lot of demands for a man. I'm like, and you need to have a man that's around average. You can't be talking about a man up here. You can't make all those demands of that guy because he'll just find the women who already understand that. All right, man. And two of you in a relationship with me,
Thank you so much for having me on. I feel like I learned a lot.
yeah, send me cash out my money.
I'm gonna send you a candle. Don't even worry about it.
No, I want no candle. Fuck candle. I buy my
Why?
send my money. Send my money. Send my goddamn money. I don't want no candle. I want my money. Fuck all that. You can play that cute girl shit with your dude. I want my money. All right. Okay, folks. Whether you like guys understand it or not, that call had a lot in it. And the overall notion is that what women are willing to accept versus what they demand. Understand that as extreme as it may sound to us as men, most women's desires are ravenous. I mean, not bottomless, infinite. All right, you're not on camera, so bounce off. All right, this person popped in. That's why I put her out of there. All right, millionaire. The sad part is, 80 years ago, she'd have been married to a bus driver. Back in the silent generation, she'd have been married to a bus driver, a guy who worked at the plant. But today, modern women believe beauty is worth millions. You can demand, that's why I said top 20, top 10% of men, the 1%, absolutely not. Not unless he doesn't know what he got. So, all right, let's bring some more folks in here. She's back. Your audio is not connected, man. Let's see. Boy, oh boy. Okay, hello, how are you? I can't hear you. How are you? Yeah, your audio is not registered. So now let's ask to unmute there. Unmute yourself. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can now. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
I am 34.
All right. Thank you for waiting. That conversation was longer than I expected to, but it actually kind of necessary. All right. So, are you married or are you single?
I am married.
Okay. Are you married woman? How long have you been married?
I've been married, I think, 7 years.
Do you have a question or did you want to comment on the subject?
No, I'm wanted to comment on the subject.
Go ahead.
I've been listening, and so far none of the women have touched on anything that actually matters. When you brought up the subject, I actually went and spoke to my husband because I'm like, what did I have a price? I don't remember having a price, and honestly, I didn't. What my price was his values, his integrity, his morals, his plans for the future. And once he had a conversation with me about that as we were dating, I was all in. I never told this man he needed to make six figures or I required him to do X, Y, and Z. I trusted that wherever he was going to lead me, I was going to be safe and he was a good man. That's what mattered. Nothing else mattered. And all I've heard is that I need you to make more money than me. I need you to do X, Y, and Z. But for me, I was like, I need to know the kind of human being you are. And I need to know what our children are going to be like. That's what I need to know. That's what's important to me. I want to raise your children. I want to do all these things that impact our family, but I can't do that not knowing where your long term is. I'm a woman. I only see 3 steps ahead. You see 7. Why would I set an expectation I don't even understand? Why would I do?
This is why you're a wife. And see, whether it's a man of God, the men that I know who were married, especially when they got married while they were in process, and they became very successful, wives got everything because you invested up front. What you just said is what I was trying to get that last woman to understand. That's the difference between a wife and a modern woman. And whatever, if your husband, I don't know, if he developed something and became a millionaire, you'd be a millionaire wife now.
Yes.
You should not have to charge for submission. That's the ultimate point. But that's what you've seen is women are charging for it, but they don't know how to price it because it's not good faith. It's not about the man. It's not about the character. It's about the lifestyle they want to live, and the man is interchangeable. So that you couldn't have 2 better back-to-back calls. Thank you for calling back in. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right.
Bye-bye. To the woman on Instagram, that was the answer. That's the answer right there. You judge a man based upon his character. And you get him in process, and whatever he gets, you get. But if you just want to wait for a man to be at the finish line, then you are a product on the shelf. And if it's about money, that's why that call went so long. Did you guys see anything that changed you guys' mind on the fact that she was going to pick a man based upon the content of his character or the contents of his wallet? And that's what far too many women do today. They judge a man based on his ability to make money. And I'm saying if that's the case, then how much do you charge? Hello, you need to unmute yourself.
I believe I'm unmuted. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, I can't see you though.
Okay, hold on one second.
I see you over on Zoom, just a second.
Is that better?
I can see you now. Were you here earlier?
I was not. No, this is my first time coming on.
Okay, are you single or are you married?
I am single and dating.
Okay, any children?
Yes,
How many?
I have one. I have a 7-month-old.
7-month-old. And are you with his father?
I am, yes.
All right. I'm gonna leave that one alone. I'm trying to stay out of people's existing relationships, especially when they're kids. I try to respect the existing relationship. So hope y'all get married. Finish the family y'all started. That's what we need. All right.
I respect a lot of what you say though. I was listening.
Oh, damn, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, man. All right. Yeah, guys, I try to respect relationships when women are actively declared. You know, you got a one man. You can listen to your man, not me. Unmute yourself. Hello.
Hello.
How old are you?
Me?
Yes, how old are you? Yes.
I'm 28 now.
Have you been on here before?
Yes, I have.
Mhm. What's the update?
I'm learning to be a submissive wife and to know that
A
my
submissive
husband.
wife?
Yeah,
You're
to be
married?
some. I'm the one who was like, I'm married and I'm.
Yeah, you're the one that was trying to get rid of your husband to go back to the other high value man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a good memory. Did your husband see that show?
Yes, he did.
What was the conversation?
He said, it was like, how can you embarrass me? Do you want to be with me? And do I make you happy? Do I give you enough? And he is enough. It's just I didn't realize that.
Okay. What did you say to him?
I said I was thinking about my ex because he is high value and he was just closer to age. But with going on to the story, my husband, he intervened from me marrying my ex. So it was like something to say, I guess he won to get me, so I'm just gonna
Okay.
stick with.
Since our conversation, have you had any therapy?
Yeah, I am in therapy every month.
Okay.
So I do that. It's just what I need to do is I just have to stick with one thing and stick with one person because I feel like my energy when I do meet men, that it's just a different way. I don't think my beauty gets that much attention, but
It doesn't matter what attention you give from other men, man. You're married.
yeah, I am married. Yes, I am married, but I'm not in a box. Like I still have to talk to people as for business.
But that's not attraction.
But if you're a salesperson, like there's something that has to be first thing. Oh, I want to buy it, and it has.
Never mind. You talk to me. I spend. Okay. Why do you need to be appealing to other men physically?
No, I don't. I do not. I do not.
Well,
I do
that's the
not.
way it's coming across, that you don't get attention from other men or this or that. And honestly, if you're a salesperson, you know, I get the point of wanting to build rapport, but that's not important.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to understand, because you're back with your husband, and you guys didn't get divorced. He's older than you, right?
Yes.
Do you have any kids?
Yes, we have a child together.
How many years difference between you two?
26 years.
So my question is, how have you made it up?
We stayed together.
No, have you made? What happened was pretty bad.
It wasn't well, okay. It was bad. I just talked to him about it. It was, as I said, I was thinking about.
Right, and I'm asking you, how have you made it up to him? How have you balanced that out? You stayed?
I stayed. Yes, I stayed. I just been more focused on us, just not been really putting too much effort.
Do you think if your husband hurt you, broke your heart, embarrassed you, did something along those lines, do you think he would have to just apologize, or would he have to actually make it up?
Both.
Okay. So like when a man, like the old school thing in the movie, you forgot the anniversary, you forgot the birthday, that's why you're in the florist, you had to buy a gift to make it up. All right, what did you? That's what I'm trying to hear, and I haven't heard that from you.
Yeah, I have. I bought my husband a new phone.
I got us all new phones. I've been like following his lead. I've been going for events and dancing together. I've been keeping us busy. Like any of our spare time, I will take him to fishing.
Okay.
I think like we have more intimacy and things like that. We're more intimate.
All right. And I think it should match what I remember that to be. I'm gonna make a suggestion, man, that you sound like you have a decent man.
Yeah, he's great. He's great.
You're fortunate that you came home and the locks were changed. Because if you were mine, the locks would have been changed and you'd have been getting served. So you need to understand how fortunate you are and start worrying about getting other men's attention and recognize that you are fortunate to still be married. And treat that man with respect, because you embarrassed yourself and him in front of the world. And life happens. But what I'm saying is focus on your man and let him focus on you instead of you focusing on you. Make him your focus. And see if I think that'll be a better outcome for you both. Yeah, so I'm glad you decided to stay, but you would have to make that up. And what I'm hearing, but you're not my wife, you're his wife.
So what can I do to make it up?
You need to answer. I don't know, and I don't want to get there, but I just want you to understand that if your man did something to you, he'd have to do more than apologize. He'd have to pay his debt to society. It has to match. You know, the punishment has to match the crime. The apology has to match the infraction. And what you said, man, was, I mean, it's still up. It's still live. So, and what I'm hearing is about a phone, about us phones. Okay, then he ain't got nothing.
I got him a new phone.
Man, it's beyond phones. You didn't hurt his pride. You didn't hurt his phone. You hit his ego and his pride in public. And that's what I'm not understanding. So my point is, talk to your man, but understand that why y'all are together, because just put your marriage and your man first. Because I'm telling you right now, go in the comment section on those videos. None of them men was trying to be your husband. So, I mean, just fix it. That's all I'm saying. Just fix it. All right, man. Glad to hear y'all together. Bye-bye. You know, man, I'm going to tell the audience, man, between a man and a woman, there's always some sort of special understanding. You know, it always happens, man. So, y'all don't remember that video? So, all right. This is a good concept. Gentlemen, when a woman asks you, what do you do for a living? How much do you make? Ask her. And here are the questions. How much you charge for submission? How much you charge for that? What? How much I charge? Yeah, how much your submission costs? And just let them tell you how much your submission costs. And let them tell you. Don't let them beat around the bush. How much does it cost annually? Because that's what you need to pay. How much do you charge for submission? How did you set your price? What is your submission worth on the open market? And when does it go on sale? Why is this important? Men, we got to start making women qualify for us. Today, so many women think that they qualify just because they show up. That's why what I bring to the table, I am the table. What the hell? Not over here. More than that, I am the table. Bring in a couple more people from over here to the I am the table. And I think it's a fair question. Submission costs, how do you set your price, what's it worth on the open market, when does it go on sale, and then ask if you want to pay that much for it. Ladies, especially for women who want to charge $100,000, and I'm gonna be honest, we talk $10,000 a month, but the truth of the matter is women really want men making close to $300,000. Go back over the last 2 years. How many women, when they get down into the minutia, can really say it's 100,000? They want 2, 3 kids and not have to work to pay anything substantial. All right, well, that means not 100,000. That 100,000 is only for them. A woman making 100,000. So if you're a $300,000 a year man, and you're not getting submission and femininity and all this other stuff, you're getting taken to the bank. I think it was a good conversation though. Oh wait, this actually, yeah, vicious, man. Hella vicious. I'm gonna bring up, let me see, 2 more people on Instagram. Oh, she was on here the other night. Unruly deep. Oh, Lord have mercy. Hello.
Hi, Kev.
Oh,
I was
you,
on yesterday.
you bounced off last night, right?
Yeah, my baby started
all
crying.
right.
She might cry again, but I'll just
Right.
put a boob in there this
So you
time.
have 2 children, right?
Yes.
2
I'm just,
children, and you didn't understand, you weren't really cool with the concept of sharing so much. But are you?
no. I actually am pretty cool with the concept of
Okay.
sharing. I just
You're unmarried though, right?
I'm not married. Both of my children have the same father.
Okay. So how much you gonna charge for your submission?
How much will I charge for my submission?
Annually, yep.
I mean, I think I really think that I'm just naturally submissive, and I do think that I am submissive in relationships, and I do think I was submissive for my ex-boyfriend, my children's father.
Okay.
When I was 7 months pregnant with our second kid, he told me he was going on vacation. I said, "With who? Your little girlfriend?" And he said, "Yep." And then he moved out and moved in with her. So my question for you is like, what's the next step for me here? Like,
Well,
like where's
how
my
old is your youngest?
My youngest is a year old now.
How old is the oldest?
He is 5.
There's a school of thought that says you don't get any higher than your baby daddy.
Right.
Okay, so.
Right. But then, yesterday you were saying, like, because my outlook is kind of like, okay, just give up then, I could do the single independent woman thing, right? But then what am I doing to my children when I choose that lifestyle? It's like you said yesterday, like, they should be thinking about their own
But the thing is, what's next? As far as a relationship, what do you want?
See, that I'm not really sure about that either, because I don't know what, that obviously damaged a lot of my trust and my ability to submit. I've been in therapy
So,
since that happened.
You don't know, okay. This is the unfortunate, so maybe it is, here's the thing, you gotta know what you want. Not in fear, but what do you want? Do you want to be married? Do you want just to have a casual relationship? What is it that you want? Got to start somewhere.
Well, my mom was never married, so I never had that kind of relationship modeled to me, which I think also definitely impacted.
So what I'm hearing so far, man, is you didn't require marriage to have your 2 kids, and it didn't require much from the man. He was able to pretty much do and come as he wanted. Okay. What value in a relationship would you have time to bring to a man today?
Right. That's, with a 1-year-old and a 5-year-old, sex.
Yeah, that's about it. Sexual relationship, sexual casual relationship. I mean, I'm not supposed to say that, but I'm looking at it from the man's standpoint. Any man that's dealing with you would have to deal with you after your kids are sick.
Right.
Okay, all right, but then after your youngest is school age, this is why I think therapy is so important, because
right, I totally agree. Definitely should have done it before the
right now, you're in you're in a position now to where there are not many options, and they're not all good. So don't make no more babies, though. I tell you that much. Don't make no more babies. So, but at a 1-year-old, yeah, you got a lot of focus. Take about 6 to 12 months in therapy and come out of it better in 6 to 12 months, to where whatever you decide, you'll at least have a better mind state about it, because all the choices right now aren't very good. All right,
Yeah.
have a good
Thank
one.
you.
Bye-bye. Yeah, you know, what are we doing right now? 12:30? Yeah, that one call took a long time. They're like, go ahead and move on past that, guys. That call is gonna be probably the call of the century. Cause she was sweet. She was cute. Hell, I hit it. Okay, but the thing is, I wouldn't tolerate a lot of that. How are you?
I'm good.
Hey, how are you? Oh, we got 3 people on. So the woman up top, how are you?
I'm good.
You,
Good. How old are you?
I'm doing great. I can't believe I got added.
And how old are you?
I am 31 years old.
Okay, and ma'am, how old are you?
I'm 45.
Are you Diva?
Yes.
You're 45. Are either one of you married?
No.
Are you married, ma'am?
This is my first
Me?
time on the show.
Yeah.
No, I'm not married.
All right. So the question on the table is, how much do you charge for submission? How much does a man need to make to afford you annually? That's your submission.
For
You
me,
know what? You can go.
Diva, go ahead.
for me, 0, because I don't value a man for any of that. And a lot of men I've met, they say to me, why do I need a man? And I say, I need a man, the essence of a man, to have the opposite sex to talk to and be around and everything. But it's been hard dating, because a lot of them, they look at me and what I've accomplished, and they're like, you don't need a man.
Hold on. Now you're about to kind of start, right? The question I asked is, in order for a man to get submission out of you, you say he doesn't have to make $1.
No.
Okay. I'm gonna come back to you on this one. Ma'am, what about you?
Honestly, in order for a man to get submission from me, he doesn't really have to be of value as far as currency. But in order to get submission from me, he needs to be a man that knows how to lead and be able to make me feel protected. So,
and you don't have children? You do have
yeah, I
children?
have one child.
Okay. Have you been submissive in your relationships?
Yes, I have. I've been very submissive. Some people would kind of call me quite passive, too submissive, but I'm just not like an argumentative.
Why are you and your child's father not married?
You know what? I think because over the years, I never required any type of marriage.
So did he leave you, or did you leave him?
We didn't leave each other. We're actually still together right now. But right now, I think because as a child.
No, hold on. You're in a relationship right now with your child's father?
Yes.
How long
Yes, I
have you
am.
been?
How long have we been together? We got together when I was 21 years old.
I don't know how old you are. So how old you are? Just give me the several years?
Almost 10 years.
All right. So that's damn near married. Without marriage. So I try to lead women who are in long-term relationships and marriages out of these conversations, because this is more for women who are on the market.
That's who I'm online with.
Okay, yeah, so, all right. Diva, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
You were saying the kind of men you meet, what?
A lot of them,
I don't know. They're like, you don't need a, they tell me I don't need a man. And I said, but I do need a man. I love being in a relationship with a man because I love the essence of a man. I
When was
love
the last time you were in a relationship?
Pardon?
When was the last time you were in a relationship?
More than 5 years.
Last time, over 5 years ago?
Yes.
And you have children again? Yes, no?
No, no.
Okay. Over 5 years ago, what's the longest relationship you've ever been in?
20 something years. But I migrated from my country where I was living.
Were you married?
No, I wasn't. I may have been, but I migrated, so.
So you were, I don't understand. You were a middleman for 20 years, but you weren't married?
No. It was a relationship where I migrated, so I was not there, but we had a relationship for that long.
Were you long distance or you guys in the same, you might?
Yeah, we were,
Huh?
and we were long distance, but I broke it off because,
So that's not a relationship.
yeah. But
And you were doing that for 20 years? You were doing a long distance relationship for 20 years?
No. It was, it was not long distance that whole time, but it became long distance when I migrated.
And how long were you in a relationship before you migrated?
Like maybe 5, 6, 7 years.
So, ma'am, at 20 years, you spent more than 10, 15 of them away.
Yeah, I did.
So, again, you weren't in a relationship.
I guess not. Yeah, no.
Because the truth is simple, and you ladies have some of the most, I don't understand why you ladies just don't make relationship, just don't get a man.
Because that's not what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to get a man, right?
Yes. You're supposed to be a wife and to be found. Yep. You're not supposed, but what you're not supposed to do is what you did.
Well,
you're not supposed, nope, you're not supposed to be talking about I'm with somebody for 5, 6, 7 years, we ain't married, then I'm gonna migrate, we're gonna do this for a distance for 15 years, then I ain't gonna be nobody for 5 years. That means you ain't been in a relationship substantially for a long period of time.
Right.
And that means you're really not gonna be fit for being in with anybody.
But let me tell you too, but during the time I've been away, we had the conversation. I said, long distance relationship doesn't work. So you should date and I'm going to date. But while I've been here dating, a lot of men that I've met, they say to me, you tell me I don't need a man because I have accomplished so much for myself.
What kind of men are you talking about?
Regular man.
Okay, and what do you do for a living?
I'm a nurse.
Right. Do the men that you're talking about make more money than you?
Some of them, yes, and some of them, no. So I'm not that kind of girl who's like, oh, he needs to make $1 million because I'm like you. I believe that women, we should find somebody you're compatible with, and the both of you work at
What
life.
age you plan on doing that?
Pardon?
What age you plan on doing that by?
Well, you said I should get a dog, so.
Yep, yep, because I'm gonna tell you, man, what I'm hearing is still modern woman.
Is what?
It's still some version of modern woman, because you're 45?
Yes.
At almost 50 years old, you should be somebody's grandma by now. You should be already in a relationship and getting ready for AARP and picking out your tombstone.
Yeah.
But now you're still dating. I'm like 50-year-old women dating. And what are y'all doing? Y'all are dating from not choosing or not being in committed relationships in your youth. And this is why I made that broadcast. Generation X women are going to have to come to peace with, you didn't do it the right way or get it in your youth. What's the rest of life? What are you waiting for?
But let me tell you, you're right. I listened to you before, and you said that a lot of our parents, our moms, did not train us. They did.
I know, but we don't need all that anymore at our age. All that who shot John and why it is, we passed all that. It's about getting 2 by 2 and getting on the fucking ark, or go sit down somewhere. and be Sister Robinson, the old unmarried spinster who smells like mothballs, not dating.
Well, there are not enough men out there to date
Then
anyway.
die alone. Share one.
But you tell me, why aren't there enough men out there that even not your one percenters, the rest of them also are very hard to they don't want to commit, they don't want to date, they don't want to make a.
They don't have to.
What?
They don't have to commit to you.
Why not? That's what you
Because
just
you're
said.
old.
They need to be married.
No, they don't have to. They don't have to. You listen. They don't have to. Why does a man have to commit to an older woman?
We're the same age.
So what? I can get a younger one. You can't get a better man.
So the problem is not me. The problem is
No, the
men.
problem is, yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's
Yes, it is.
not.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. This is what I want you guys to understand. These Generation X women still want to subscribe to demand monogamy. There are more Generation X women. There are 600,000 more of you than us. Every one of you won't have a man. There are not enough men to go around of any race. It's not just black men. You're going to have to share a man or die alone. You're all going to have to share. It's all going to have to share. Just like when you were a kid. When you were a kid, if there's one bed, you got to share. Motherfucker sleep on the floor. There ain't enough beds.
Sure, we can share. Polygamy, that's fine. But even then, they still don't want to commit.
They don't have to commit.
So what do they want? What do you all want then? Maybe that's it. You tell me.
What we want, we didn't get. We wanted women like you to behave in your youth and then be our wives and make our babies when we were young. You didn't do that. So now you get what's left. But the problem is we ain't complaining about it. We're not. Who's complaining about relationships today? It's not Generation X men. It's y'all.
But you're not Generation X men. You're my generation. If you're probably not even before my generation. You're not a Generation X man.
Fuck you mean I'm not Generation X?
You're not Generation X, Kevin. You're probably older than I am.
When did Generation X start, BB King?
They started like after my generation.
What year did Generation X, ma'am?
Pardon?
What year did Generation X start, ma'am?
They started in the 90s, like 2000s.
Generation X started in 1960.
1960?
See, I want you to understand why she's single. There it is right there. You're going to come tell me what the fuck I am on my show. And I'm older than you and I know more than you. And you're going to sit there with a straight face and tell me what I ain't.
I don't think Generation X
I don't
started.
give a shit what you think. You're wrong.
Okay, I'll give you that then. I'll have to double check on that, Kevin.
That's why these women don't get. I want y'all to understand. Coming on here talking about they don't want to commit. Why does anybody need to commit to a cantankerous, hard to get along with old woman?
But I'm not cantankerous and
Well, yeah, man, you just proved it.
No, I'm not.
There you are, and you still arguing. Yep, you
No,
still
I'm not.
arguing. Yep, you still arguing. Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
You ain't this, you ain't that, you're not this, you ain't that, you're not older than me. And I'm like, ma'am, you,
But
you
Kevin,
next
how
to
can
me,
it
ma'am,
make
you next to me,
that
you
dictates
standing next to me, who would have a better chance at dating? Because you pull more men than I can pull women. Thank you.
I think it would be both.
Excuse me?
I think it would be both.
Man, please. I know you got the light behind you, but it ain't that dark in the damn room.
But I'm not ugly. Are you saying I'm ugly?
No, I'm just better.
Because you wear a three-piece suit?
No, because I'm better.
Because you're wearing a three-piece
Because
suit?
I'm better.
How can you be
I'm in
better?
more
How
demand
can
than
say
you.
you're a better
And that's the
human being
problem.
than me?
We are in more demand than you. And I want you guys to understand, this is the ego of it. This is the ego. This is like talking to another goddamn man. That's why I'm doing this, not to be rude, because all you gotta do is trigger them, and this is what comes out. That's why they couldn't marry their youth. That's why they couldn't get a relationship, because even at 45 years old, you're still fucking difficult to deal with.
I'm not difficult. I'm asking.
Yeah, you are.
I'm asking you a question.
And this is, and her name is Diva something. They always have diva names.
I'm asking.
You can't make that shit up, man. Woo! Bruh, they don't want to commit. Why the fuck would somebody want to commit to, oh my God. I'm asking. You're not this, you're not that. Oh, wow. You're not, you're not my age and you're not my cohort. Wow. And y'all wonder why Generation X men are some of the most confirmed, happy bachelors. Because we avoided being married to that. Generation X men are dancing a jig because the ones that are alive survive being married to that. That's what they avoided being married to. Gonna try to get some information and gonna try to tell somebody what they right or wrong about. You bet. Whoa. We have about the same luck on the dating market. Really? Put me next to you. Because you're in a three-piece suit? No, because this is you. I could be in a t-shirt and joggers. That's still you. Thrill is gone. Thrill is gone away. The thrill is gone. The thrill is gone away. You're like, oh, Kevin, that's mean. You shouldn't have said, what the fuck you mean, man? What? They don't want to commit. Who would want us to come home? Man, we ain't got many more sunsets left in our lives. Why would a man in Generation X want to go home to that? Why do they think we would want to go home to? Why do y'all think Generation X men would want to go home to this? Sitting on a couch, just foul mood. You think we want to come home to that? Bruh. Lucy! You think we want to come home to that? Go get me some pinto beans. And you wonder why I date younger women. Are you serious? Talk about singing the blues. Singing the blues is being married to one of something, dealing with something like that. Commit. Why would, ooh, that shit, boy. The arrogance and attitude of these women, man, it's like, this is going to be studied for years to come. Almost 50 years old, talking like she a bad bitch. Oh my God. You cannot make that shit up. Oh my God. I'm sorry, man. Sometimes it even takes you away, boy.
Holy shit, look at that rabid hyena just ripping this guy's nuts off.
That's toxic.
From the street. I'm a bitch from the streets. I get the money. I get the money. Please give me what you got. I get the money.
I got nothing left to holler at BB. The thrill is gone. Thrill is gone away. Why can't they commit? Wow, shit. I'm telling you, man, if you want to see happy men, look at Generation X men, 41 to 55, who survived and still have their sanity. They're like, oh my God, I am glad I am not sitting next to Sister Aura. ooh, man, because years gone by, that would have been somebody's wife. And oh, Lord have mercy, she'd have probably, this is why men die earlier, to get away from their ass. Like, oh my God. Go on ahead and get you some mothball draws and invest. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
You couldn't make this stuff up.
You couldn't make this stuff up. Oh my God, man. Well, I'm sorry. That is an encapsulation. And I want you guys to, if you want to understand why Generation X men are the way they are, you dealt with it in their youth for decades. That kind of energy, that kind of mindset. Oh well. If you're a more traditional man and you have the money to make those rules, then you're going to like this. So let's say, Smashly, are you here? Ashley, are you here? Dina, are you here? Let's say, even a young lady I talked to months ago down in Houston, a 29-year-old, where I did that video about I don't care about love. Imagine you marry somebody like her. She's not really interested in children. Putting children on the table was something she decided to do later on in life. She'd be a great candidate for like a 5 or 7 year marriage. 5, 7 year marriage would be great. 29, you get her at 30, she from 30 to 35, y'all together. 30 to 37. 3-year marriage really wouldn't matter. So I was trying to, Ashley Smashley, that's right. Gotta start thinking about things in a different way. And what made me think about a lot of this stuff is go to Hollywood. Ryan Reynolds, you go to Hollywood and you'll see people who marry this person. They'll go marry somebody else and marry this person, but they all feeding from a small pond because they've all been pre-verified. And you're dumb. You can say something stupid. You're only nice to the cute ones. You're dumb. I'm nice to the smart ones. I'm nice to the smart ones. People who come in here and act like they got sense. You can't come in and spam in the chat, man. Can't do that. So understand something. What's the whole notion? Figure out another way to do this. Because we got to be honest. Life is not meant, it's not set up for single people after 55. If you're a middle earning person, how are you going to get to retirement? But I'm dealing with the women today. Ladies, how are you going to do it? If you get you a 5-year marriage or a 7-year marriage, at least you got 5 to 7 years to stack a little something. And then you can decide after 5 to 7 years, like a lease, you can renew it for another year. Let's call that, say, hey man, I'm married to Smashley. Me and Smashley got a 5-year marriage. And we rolled it, and we in 5 years, we were like, you know what, Smash, I kind of like you, right? Let's go ahead and renew for another, let's extend the lease for another year. Or you may get more favorable terms, extend it for another 2 years. What do you think? The end result is, like it or not, folks, we find ourselves where we are. We cannot change the rules and make them go back to the time before. And you cannot just have a group of people with no hope. Deals are going to have to be made. The end of this month, rent deferment is over nationwide, damn near. So there are a lot of folks who ain't been paying their rent for a long time. You're going to be hearing a lot of big head texts here. They should have already started happening. In 2 days, there's going to be some evictions happening in this country. Say you hate divorces. Okay, cool. Well, guess what? I know people, I'm not going to say their names, but I know people who were married, could not stand each other in their marriage, fought to divorce, and life happened, and they had to stay in the same house after divorce. And you know what? They are happier now after divorce. They're legally not married, but they're living in the same place, doing the same thing. The pressure of the marriage is just off of them. I ain't trying to make any sense, okay? I'm not trying to make a lot of this shit make sense. We are at the point of making deals. This is not best case scenario, because unfortunately, as a man, unless you are in that bona fide high value category, you may say one thing, but do you have the kind of leverage over the kind and caliber of women you want? I'm not sweating that. I've dealt with men for the first 3 years, but ladies, you got to understand what you're dealing with. Let's talk about it. Because I want to hear from the women. Are you ready to make a deal? Are you ready to do a celebrity marriage? Are you ready to do an executive wife? Because one of y'all is going to have to decide, because you can't have everything you want. You know what? Could you imagine being an executive wedding planner? I got a 5-year wedding. You got a 5-year contract. Can you imagine that? The wedding would be all different and shit. Folks be like, okay, cool. I got a chance to be married, girl. I got a 5-year contract with this dude. Uh-huh. We're gonna be just fine. Okay, y'all doing a little too much in the comment section right now. So, what a medium value man is, like it or not. Let's see. All right, so if you want to go live, you know what you have to do. All you have to do is put your hand up. Red wine, red wine. Because here's the funny thing. I love how people come around telling me what I can and cannot do. Get out of here. Because what needs to happen more than anything else is the conversation needs to happen. College bound. All right, let's see. Boop, 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 boop. Send a request. You can have everything you want, it's not all at once. That's not true. You can't have everything you want. That's a full commercial. Hello?
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm in an Uber, but I'm happy for you to be talking to you right now because I'm 24 and I would love to kind of like secure everything you've been saying. Everything you've been saying. I've been listening to you for about 2 weeks and I swear, like, you've been very insightful, so much so that I'll probably be married in the next few years.
All right. Well,
but go ahead.
So you're in where you're because this says are you in college right now or not?
I was actually in college in high school. So I took the certifications, the trade school while I was in high school. So when I got out, I could at least, have a decent job. I'm not really looking to go to college. I don't think that's beneficial. But that's
So what are you looking for? Are you looking to be married?
Yes, I'm looking to be married, definitely.
All right. So were you raised with mom and dad in the household?
My parents died when I was 12.
All right. Sorry to hear that. So just like anybody else, if you want to be a wife.
Yeah, of course. I have the means to be a wife. I'm from Texas, born and raised.
Okay. But how would a man out here who wants a wife know to look in your direction? What kind of wife skills do you have? Where have you learned how to be the wife for a husband?
First of all, I know how to listen. I know how to take direction, and I think that's very important in being a wife. I don't believe in a submissive wife thing. I think that's very ignorant because a submissive wife couldn't take care of your household if you died. But I definitely think a woman.
Time out. What do you mean the submissive wife thing? What does it mean?
I think a lot of women these days that are in my age range would rather without guidance versus a woman who is more willing to like have her own thoughts, and even if with you she gonna follow orders because that's what soldiers do. But
Okay, hold on.
Right?
You're kind of timing out. You're freezing up. So when men hear that I don't believe in that whole submissive wife thing,
I agree.
my antennas start to go up because it sounds like some new age, new way of thinking. But what do the men want?
Exactly.
What do they want?
They just want peace, honestly. The men that I know, they don't want to come home to the shit that they got to deal with on the outside.
Right. But do the men that you know, are they married?
I know a married man. Yes, I do.
One. So what I'm saying is you have a lot of ideas, but when you say you don't believe in that whole submissive wife thing, it still sounds like you're talking of this empowered woman. I don't know what's going on with her internet. Yeah. You got your Cricket Wireless going? So, there we go. I don't know what happened to her. We'll move it on down. Did you hear what I said? All right, we'll go ahead and bounce her back down. If you come back and your connection's better, see, you got to understand that the only way, the new way of thinking about how to do this needs to be, honestly, you need to think about whose favor it needs to be in. And it sounds like many of you ladies want this to be in your favor. Well, that's fine, but it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Men are not going to sign up for a deal that's balanced in your favor. Not when the laws exist to where they're going to end up, if it doesn't work, they got to end up going to court, losing everything. Not going to happen. Okay. Oh, Lord. All right. Let's see. I don't think this person really meant to send a request. All right. I don't know what she was talking about. I don't want to be this submissive wife. I believe a woman should do this and do that. Ladies, if you have to ask yourself, what kind of asset are you going to be to a man? What kind of asset are you going to be to the kind of man you say you want? And how are they supposed to know this? I don't know. We'll try this person. We'll try this person. Why not? We'll try a little bit of everybody. How am I supposed to know whether or not you're going to be an asset to him?
Oh, shoot. Wait, how do I flip the camera? Oh, Lord.
You hit the.
There we go. Sorry.
You decided to do that. Okay, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Okay. Are you here in Atlanta?
So I was listening to what you were saying to
Are you
the
here in
other
Atlanta?
girl. Huh?
Are you here in Atlanta?
Yes, in Atlanta.
Go ahead.
So I was listening to what you were saying to the other girl, and I understand both sides. In my circumstances, I find because I make more money, the guys that I attract are feeling insecure, and the older women in my life are telling me that I need to dumb myself down in order to make them feel more comfortable.
Hold on.
I'm emasculating.
Hold on. You understand both sides, meaning what?
Sorry.
You understand both sides, meaning what?
Women do need to be a little bit more submissive.
A little bit? A little bit?
Man doesn't want with another man.
A little bit?
I mean? Like, I can't be aggressive.
A little bit?
But also...
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Slightly.
Okay. I don't know what's going on, but my audio. Okay. Women need to be a little bit more submissive. Turn off your background noise, too.
Okay.
All right. She just bounced out. So I don't get it. Man, I don't get it. So many women getting advice from women about men. How's that supposed to work? Oh yeah, if you got a private account, I'm not going to do that. If you got a private account, I'm not too sure about that. I like to bring you in, but if you got a private account, no. All right, let's see if we can get her back.
Oh my God, this thing. Yeah.
Damn. So what do you mean a little bit more submissive?
Now females are being really aggressive. You know what I mean? Like, they don't believe in the cooking and cleaning and taking care of the man. Which,
how old are you, by the way?
Me? 34.
All right. So you say you understand both sides. In a marriage, what side should come first?
Oh, Lord. Honestly, I don't know. Hmm.
These older women who are giving you advice, you didn't say they were older wives. You didn't say they were older wives, meaning they are not.
They are, like, the women in my family, they are all.
I don't care about your happiness. Marriage ain't supposed to be for happy.
Really? What is it for then?
Duty.
Duty? Oh no.
That's why you ain't gonna be married. And ain't nobody gonna fight you either.
So.
No, hold on. I said who's supposed to come first. You said you don't know, and I'm trying to understand. I mean, even if you don't like it, you know that. Are you a Christian?
I am.
Then you're not a good one.
I
mean, the first chapter in the Bible tells you this.
They say a man, but
they say a man, so God don't know what the hell he talking about. There you go, Lord. There you go. This is your modern woman right here. Then. That's what it is.
A man.
They say a man. They say a man. Oh, you're gonna be famous. You're gonna be real famous. They say a man. You come up here with a bonnet talking shit.
Look, I'm about to go to sleep. I don't care.
You're about to go to World Star. What you about to do?
Yeah. So.
I mean, I think it's funny because you can come in here with all this bravado and all this shit, but you know what? What is that gonna get you?
You're not saying anything though.
I'm saying everything I need to say because, first of all, if you don't understand that a husband, view, purpose, if you tell yourself a Christian, I don't understand. No matter how you come at this, from a secular side or a religious side, what you're saying is you don't get it, and I'm like, well, they say a man's supposed to come first. Then how does where in the world where women lead? What society of thriving competitive people?
I didn't say a woman leading. I didn't say that at all. My issue is the group of men that I'm finding are not leaders.
Well, you know what the problem is? You know what the problem is?
Humor me.
What do you think?
You're gonna say me, but I disagree.
Well, of course you do. Because I want you guys to pay attention. You came here, your title is dope ass so-and-so, which is cool, but you get to choose who you allow in your life. True or false?
True.
So the men in your life are whose responsibility?
Not mine. That's why I don't have a man in my life, because I'm not willing to.
You allow in your life, whether you have one currently or not, the men you have allowed in your life are whose responsibility?
Mine.
So why do you say you don't agree?
All right. I don't agree because I'm kind of conflicted. You know how you say you're not supposed to like judge a man by what he has? I'm like, okay, if he doesn't make a certain amount of money, I'm willing to give him a try because he has potential, and that don't work out. Then you meet somebody.
Okay, but let me ask you a
Yeah.
question. Can you get a man? Can you get a man that's ranked higher than you? Can you get a man who's already got it going on, doesn't need your money?
There are people out there like that.
I know, but can you get? Them? But can you get them? No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Okay, so but basically what this woman is saying is, I can get a high value man, but I choose to get a Build-A-Bar.
I have had wealthier men, but it doesn't work out.
No. I didn't say money. See, what you've shown with modern women is you guys, number one, it's like kryptonite to you to be accountable. You've deflected accountability left and right. You are what you attract. Relationships are reflective. And you're basically trying to make the point that I can attract a higher caliber or quality of men. then if that's the case, why are you choosing to entertain bums?
I'm not choosing. I'm giving someone a fair shot.
Right. So you can qualify to buy a big body Benz, but you're going to buy a fixer-up Pinto. But you got money for both. Yeah, that makes sense.
I've dated both sides of the spectrum, and neither worked out.
Mhm. Right. Sure, man. So the only thing, let's just take your argument. Let's just take your argument. The only thing that's common denominator about all of them is you.
Nope.
This is what it is, people. That's what it is. Attitude, lacking accountability. That's what it is. And she actually came in here as if she was something. And when given the opportunity to look life in the face, can't be me. See, this is what you ladies never normally see. You hear women like this in the beauty shop, you hear them in line, you hear them in the mall, but you never hear somebody asking her direct questions about her, what she chooses, and her outcomes. And just like most, when it gets too hot, they quit, cut, and run. She ran away because she knew she was making herself look exactly like who it was in the mirror. Honest, ladies, would you want your brother, your son? Would you want any man that you cared about, to be involved with a woman with that kind of attitude? But yet, let her tell it. The problem is the men. And by the way, for those keeping score, this was a so-called Christian. So if everybody says, you hate black women, this and that, I just ask questions. I just ask questions, and I let you decide. Can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. So, don't get mad at me if you make yourself look crazy. That's on you. And I'm willing to have any other conversations. If we're going to have a conversation built around, being reasonable, sure, let's have a conversation built around being reasonable. But if you just want to come in here and talk crap, oh, I can do this, I can do that, I can pick this, I can have men who can have money. Right. So you just a glutton for punishment. That's what you want everybody to believe? That's right. That's right. She can choose it all. So, ladies, understand something. These are the women who often try to give you advice, too. And you have to ask questions. I'm not saying don't. You need to ask the question of the women who are trying to give you the advice. I just have a conversation. Now, back to what I was saying. All this, I don't want to submit, all this masculine energy, where is all this going to get you? Holy hustler. Where's all this going to get you? Where is all this diva energy going to get you, ladies? Where is it supposed to get you? What's the outcome supposed to be? Because you can't keep painting men as always your problem. Where's all this? It ain't on me. It's on them. These men ain't on my level. Now, I'll be honest. I understand that things happen, and sometimes people aren't ready. But remember that picture in the New Yorker magazine? Remember that picture in the New Yorker magazine? where that woman was in front of her computer, New Yorker magazine cover. Uh-huh. Where is it at? Remember the New Yorker magazine? Remember that? Where that woman was sitting up in front of her camera online, and she's got on the pearls and her glass of wine or a martini, looking perfect, but then her room looks like this. That was inspired by what a lot of women are doing these days. Walking around living fake realities, lying, capping, telling everybody they all great, wonderful, and just this, and not realizing that we all are broken. We all got stuff to work on, but thinking that the men are the problem. Thinking that the men are the problem, and that's fine. Thinking that the men are the problem will keep you comfortably numb. Thinking the men are the problem will keep you comfortably numb. What the heck? Okay. Thank you, sweetie. Thinking the men are the problem will keep you comfortably numb. All right, so we're going to do Nicole. So stay right there. And here's the thing. I would prefer to have conversations with women who really want a better outcome with men. If you just want to argue and get your 2 minutes of fame, we don't need that. You look a little young. But let's try it. I'll join Nicole, and then after that, Raina, whatever. Look. Hello.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I can't.
Oh, there we go. Your camera's kind of frozen. So how are you?
Oh, I'm so nervous. I'm surprised you answered my call.
That's all right. It's just me and you. Nobody's in there. So what do you got? What do you got for me?
Okay. So, well, you said I looked young. I'm 29. So I am.
That's a compliment. That's nice.
So I'm single, no kids.
Okay.
So, and your expertise, what did I say? Sorry, I'm super nervous.
That's okay.
So what is your advice of attracting someone who's not a beta male?
A beta male?
Yeah.
When you say a beta male, what does that mean?
So I've been watching your videos for the past week. Everyone kept on sharing like your viral videos.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually like went on your YouTube video and started watching like a lot of your older stuff and realized that you did have like a lot of good advice and that you're only trying to help. So I watched a video last night that you said the reason why there's so many alpha females is because of beta males. So basically just like a simp.
Yeah. Beta males in the dating sense are men who don't step into what I call confident, intelligent, and assertive. Men who don't lead. Alpha males are men who step into their masculinity. They're confident, intelligent, and assertive, and they're willing to lead. Now that is different than many people. The word alpha and beta gets so diluted. But really what it's coming down to is a man who's a masculine frame and is willing to step forth and lead. And that enables a woman to be what I call feminine, beautiful, and inspirational. Stay in her ultimate feminine, which is honestly the best place for both of the genders. I say that pressure is made for shoulders, not for hips. Mm-hmm. So when you say a beta, are you talking about a man who can lead you? Or are you talking about just an effeminate, weak, submissive man?
Submissive, weak, super feminine.
When was the last time you were in a relationship?
My last relationship was 1.5 years ago.
How long did it last?
So I was with him for 4 years. So we were married.
Okay.
So we were dating for 6 months, and then he proposed to me.
Okay.
So our engagement lasted 1.5 years. And then 1.5 years later, I found out he was cheating on me with his manager. And
Okay.
then we got divorced. So
Uh,
been divorced for about 1.5 years now.
So his manager, I'm assuming was a woman?
I'm sorry?
Assuming his manager was a woman, female?
Yes.
All right. How'd you find out?
I found out from one of his ex-coworkers, actually. So there was a lot of like signs, and
Okay,
I called him out on
hold
it.
on. When you were working, did you have to work?
Yes, I was working full time.
Were you guys splitting the bills 50-50?
Yes.
And how old was he? Were you guys the same age?
Was a little bit older than me.
All right. So after you found out about the affair, what did he say?
Well, when I first called him out on it, he still tried to deny it.
Okay.
And then I found like some pictures on his email.
Okay.
So then I sent those to him, and then he couldn't deny it after that.
And that was the dissolution of the marriage.
Yes. So I did not want to be with him after that. I found out that he was basically cheating on me with her while we were engaged. So the entire time.
Is she married?
Yes.
You are sitting down.
Am I sitting up?
You're sitting down. You might want to lean back. Because I don't know what you ladies expect from me. The kind of man that you would want to marry is attracted to other women, but it sounds like your husband went through his best to keep it from you. He did not put it in your face.
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear.
Your husband sounds like he did his best to hide it from you.
Yes.
He did not put it in your face.
Mm-hmm.
I did a video Monday talking about high value men cheat. Ladies, I don't know if your husband was attracted to you, he's attracted to another woman. But he was trying to keep it behind your back, cheating with a married woman. What do you think you're going to find out here now? You think the next man you find is going to just be loyal to you?
Well, I definitely have a lot of trust issues now.
Well, is it trust? See, this is what I don't understand. Let's take it away from you because it's too personal. In the animal kingdom, name me the species are mammal of the male of the species and mammals normally monogamous?
Not many.
No. So you gave up your husband, who proposed to you in 6 months and married you, and you were building a life with her, but he was cheating with a married woman. So she had a husband too. They were seeing one another. The only way he found out about it was from a dirty Mac or somebody in a coworker who was probably just hating on him. Was it a man who told you?
Yes.
Of course, because he wanted to get in your ass.
Okay.
So you wrecked your own home.
So you think I should have stayed with him when he was cheating the entire time?
Hey, you ain't gonna like my show. Yeah? Because now what you got?
Well, hopefully to find someone who's loyal.
Nope.
You think all men cheat?
Yep. Especially the more successful we are. Men don't cheat, we exercise options. Because was your husband an attractive man?
Yes.
Was he successful?
Yeah, I'd say so.
And you think you're the only vagina that wanted his penis? Where do you ladies get this shit from? It's not like you had a guy who was on fries at McDonald's. He wiped you. And he tried to keep it from you. But you went But you let somebody else come to you and say, hey, guess what? Because this guy, the guy who told you, he wasn't a cousin or a brother, right?
No.
No, how'd you know him?
I used to work with him.
Right. Did he ever ask you out?
No.
Right. Did he ever show any interest in you when you used to work with him?
No, he was married.
Is he homosexual?
No.
No. So a guy that you used to work with who can look in the mirror and see you're an attractive woman, he never asked you out, but then all of a sudden he comes playing on the white horse with the white hat, telling you, hey, by the way, your husband's cheating on you. Did you ask him?
I didn't ask him.
Then why is he telling
you? Because it was the right thing to do.
You out of your goddamn mind. It's not the right thing to do. You wrecked your home based upon a punk-ass beta male. You came in asking about a beta male, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what happened to you? You allowed a beta to run you away from your alpha. You were a wife. He was cheating with another married woman, but it ain't like he was being sloppy with it. You allowed a beta male come in, hey, by the way, and what do you have to show for it?
Well, I feel like he kind of was being sloppy because I called him out multiple times, but he just
no, he wasn't being sloppy. Was he being sloppy? You didn't find out about it. You didn't find the stuff. You had to be told. So ladies, understand something. The men who come to you, who are telling you this shit, normally if this is a state of nature, we would get rid of men like that. They're only allowed to live to cause problems. Because like it or not, man, he shows you he loves you by keeping it from you. So now you're 29 years old. That's fine. And if fidelity is your breaking point, cool. Then be prepared to date a man who's lesser than you. A beta. But he'll be loyal. Because he has no other options. Like it or not, ladies, people in line to y'all telling you about this fidelity and guys should be men, successful men exercise options. And if they don't, it's because they choose not to.
Gotcha. So only beta males won't cheat?
Men are basically as faithful as their options. You had an attractive, successful husband. But did he do the right thing? He proposed to you, he wifed you. He was not being sloppy with it. He wasn't bringing on any outside kids, no diseases. He was actually cheating with somebody who was married, so she had something to lose. And the only reason you found out about it wasn't because he was being sloppy. It's because a punk came and told you, hey, by the way, did you know your husband was doing this? How do you think men look about men? How do you think men look at men like that? You think we respect men like that? No, we would get rid of them. Because they cause chaos. And part of you, if it weren't you in your situation, you would understand what I'm saying. Now you got a broken heart and trust issue because of a beta man. Did your husband say he wanted a divorce?
I told him that I wanted a divorce, that I didn't want to be with him because our whole marriage was a lie. Because he was cheating the entire time.
No, it wasn't. It was real. It wasn't a lie. It was real.
He didn't fight me on it, though. He just agreed.
What is he supposed to do when you say you want a divorce? Because honestly, okay, let's take it this way. Let's say, for sake of argument, this man was your prototypical guy, and he was insanely wealthy. And the beta male came along and told you, hey, by the way, you know your husband who has more money than Jeff Bezos, he's cheating on you. You'd have still left him on principle? Hell no. You'd have turned a blind eye. So understand something, people. There's a number where all women will stay, which is why high value is important. You got to be honest, man. There's a number.
Because you would have known that if that man has got that kind of money, all women are going to want to go to him.
Well, he didn't have enough to make me turn a blind eye to it.
But see, let's not act like you did this on principle. If it was just about the person, it shouldn't matter if he had 10 billion or 10,000. See, people would say that's questionable morals on your side, man. Because it should be the same in either situation if it's just a moral thing. And ultimately, what I'm trying to show you, and you've been honest, I give you credit for that, but what bothers me is that women allow people to come wreck your homes and to put a battery in your back and wind you up to go break your own home. That beta male is sitting over here masturbating somewhere to some Looney Tunes cartoons. You're by yourself as a divorcee with trust issues. Your ex-husband is across town somewhere. Is he remarried?
I don't know, to be honest.
How long have you guys been divorced?
Our divorce was final April 2020.
You better carry your ass back to your husband.
Oh no, I don't want him.
Okay.
Yeah, I pretty much cut off all contact with him. He hasn't tried to contact me. We just went our separate ways after that.
Okay. All right. And that's fine. But I'll be honest, man. I'm tired of men lying to women. Men have sex with other women. And the more successful, the more attractive, the more options. If you want him, somebody else does. Go back to the broadcast I did on last Monday. As long as he's not bringing home any outside babies, any diseases, embarrassing you in public, or putting the family at risk, then don't go looking for problems. Somebody comes along, not you, ladies, somebody comes along to your happy home and tries to tell you, I got some news for you. You shut that shit down. Because that man came to you as an agent of chaos. He didn't come to you as a brother. You don't know what his issue is with your husband. And right now, it still hurts. I get it. He broke your trust. It's not what you thought was going to happen. But I'm looking at the big picture. That you are you African American?
Yeah, my mom's Jamaican and my dad's Lebanese and Italian.
Okay. You got an interesting mix going on over there. But the reality is 1 in 4 women in the black community will get married. And you're 29. I'm 52. I'm going to tell you right now, I have been in funerals where people met a whole nother set of brothers and sisters at Big Daddy's funeral. There are more women on the planet than men. If every black woman got married to, if every black man today got married to every black man got married to a black woman, that's any age, straight, gay, whatever. There'd still be 2 million more of you left. There are not enough men. And now you're 29, and now this guy, beta male, came along and injected chaos into your life. And now you have to live with it. And now you got to live with the trust issues. And now the next man that comes along has to deal with what the beta started. This is why beta males are so dangerous. Because they create alpha females. I got to protect myself.
That's why I'm trying to avoid that.
Well, I know it doesn't sound sexy. But how long were you with your husband?
Altogether, it was 4 years, but we were married for 1.5 years, and then I found out.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to tell you go back, but I'm going to be honest with you and tell you, ma'am. Do you want children?
Yes, I do.
Did your ex-husband want children?
Yes.
How many children would you like to have?
2.
Do you want to have to work to pay significant bills after you're pregnant?
After I'm pregnant, no. I would like to stay home to take care of my kids, at least for the first couple of years.
First couple, at least until they're in first grade, kindergarten. Okay, what state do you live in?
California.
Northern or southern?
Southern.
LA, San Diego?
In the Inland Empire.
Okay, I'll just take that to LA.
Do you know where like Riverside is?
Yeah. No, not really. But I'll be up there. Y'all in Compton, but you moved to Riverside. How much money would a man need to make to provide for a family of 1, 2, 4 people, to provide a middle-class lifestyle, to enable the kids to go to a nice public school or private school, to be able to pay for braces, dental care, insurance, all these other things, possibly college when they want to go to college, car at 16 years old, retirement, everything. What kind of money would a man need to make?
In Southern California, a lot, over 100,000.
Give me a number. 4 people.
Maybe.
I'm listening.
Oh, okay. So like Riverside, maybe like 150, 200,000.
That's enough for one person.
One?
Yes, ma'am, I do this in life, real life. I do this in real life. For a family of 4, for a family of 5, to live that middle class lifestyle in Dallas, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, places like this where the cost of living is basically $1 get you $1, looking at $350,000. You're talking about California, you're talking for 4 people, you're talking about close to $500,000. I'll be in California in 3 weeks. $100,000. There are people who are making $100,000 in the Bay Area with roommates. In LA, I have clients in LA. So, due respect, one of the problems is, man, you ladies don't really understand how much money it takes to facilitate a family. You know how to take care of yourself. Do you live by yourself or do you have a roommate?
I live by myself.
Okay. So women can take care of themselves. But if a man has to make that kind of money, let's just give him the low end, $300,000 to provide, because new child care here, infant care, is $500 a week, $2,000 a month.
A lot of money. Right.
So in order to keep you at home, he has to make enough money to buy. Are you looking at the home prices in California? It's expensive out there. And the ultimate point is, what percentage of men in this country earn more than $100,000 a year?
Is that like 10%?
Roughly 10%. And the kind of money you're talking about the top 1%. Man, a man who's in the top 1% of earners, I said it last night, if he's earning 4 times or 10 times what the average man is making, he should have 10 times the women. I mean, reasonably. And all due respect, reasonably, if the average black man is making $40,500, and you're talking about a man who's making $300,000 plus, that's 8 to 10 times more than the average man. What are you bringing to him that offsets what he's bringing to you? What's unique and special about what you're bringing to the table?
Well, I do agree with you that if somebody's making that type of money, that they're going to have multiple women.
Well,
but the person that cheated on me was not making that type of money and did it anyway.
Well, you don't have the kids either. But my point is this. Man, the loyalty that average women, modern women expect, there are people who enter this country illegally, who get loyalty, submission, and accept their husbands cheating on them. And they're standing in the parking lot of Home Depot or working at day labor centers.
That's so depressing.
No, it's called being human. Okay, well, you know what's not depressing? You can go ahead and live like this. Or you can go ahead and buy you one of these. You can go ahead and get you a girlfriend, buy you a dog, be as cute as you want to, waste the pretty and die alone. I think that's depressing. I think it's more depressing.
Definitely don't want to die alone.
Well, then you're gonna have to accept the fact that stop looking for problems. Stop letting people wreck your homes. Don't wreck your own homes, ladies. Because if that guy hadn't came along, let's just back it up. If that beta male hadn't come along, the chances
Probably still be together.
exactly, and that's the problem. That's the real shame. And I think coming from a man, women won't say this to each other. They'll tell you girl power and you right, girl. But I'm looking at the long-term consequences. You had a beta male wreck your home, and that's why we get rid of beta males. They're dangerous. They're dangerous to societies. No different than, because if they can't have it, they'd rather burn it down. Now, not all betas, but those kind of guys. So, thank you for being honest. I mean, but I will say this, that going forward, if and when you choose to date again, you're 29, man, as long as he ain't bringing it home and they ain't jeopardizing the family and they ain't embarrassing you, I'm just saying, I mean, is it really worth being by yourself?
Well, I don't want to be by myself. Especially since I'm in the danger zone.
You better call your ex-husband back and be like, all right. See what you see.
Not him.
If you look right into my program first, maybe you guys could have had a conversation. Like, all right, look here, homie. I'm not feeling this, but divorce, what am I trying to save the marriage? Counseling, talk it out, come to an agreement. Don't just kill it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying stay there. If he was just unrepentant and said, no, fuck it, whatever, but at least have a conversation. Because, yeah, I'll just leave it there. Thank you for being honest, though. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. I mean, hey, man. See, don't get mad at me, ladies. I'm just keeping it real. I'm not going to tell you don't forget your crown. I'm not wrong. I'm being honest. Men with options exercise options. You have to like it. You don't have to like it. But Hillary stayed with Bill. And gentlemen understand something too. He who has the gold rules. You want to write some rules? Put them 60 hours a week in minimum that you're getting paid for. I don't make human beings the way they are. It is what it is. It is what it is. Let's see. And she was very straightforward, which is rather refreshing, because what I'm starting to see more is more women realizing that, maybe some of the things we've been told in society just is not helping us. And understand, I am not a proponent of men who cheat sloppily. Am not. I do not think it's okay to embarrass your wife or your girlfriend. That you just don't do that. You don't embarrass your significant other. Oh, look, she's back. You don't embarrass your significant other, because that's a poor reflection upon you, too. You embarrass your significant other. Men don't want to be around guys who do that kind of crap. Was she on? Oh, yeah, this was a young lady who was talking that submissive stuff. The new age submissive woman. Man, the truth is so much better than this bull crap that some of these folks be telling you. It's easier to sleep at night. I don't know what I'd do if I had to sit back and lie to some of you. I'd be like, oh no, a guy's supposed to be low. You're not supposed to be sloppy. So what you're not supposed to do. Yeah, she's not gonna get on. That's what you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to be sloppy because, yeah. And to the beta male who did that, I hope you get your comeuppance one day. I really, really hope people. I hope people find out who you are, and somebody give you a hard foul on the way to the goal. Dirty Mackie, low down son of a bitch. I hope somebody elbow you in the jaw, real hard. Oh, okay, let's do this. She said what she said. Did she bounce off? Oh, I thought you wanted to do the damn thing. Okay, well, person I was about to let in here jumped out. So-and-so podcast. Okay, well, don't leave. But you were going to bring the noise. Always look at people sideways who are coming to give you information about your relationship, ladies. I always look at folks little sideways who coming to give you. I just want to tell you, girl. I just want to tell you, you didn't know, but your husband has been cheating on you with his boss. But you didn't hear it from me. But just so you know, that was him. Now, I'm not going to. Now, what did he want for his reward? He thought he was going to get a little something. All right, so next. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to wait a few seconds to see who else wants to go live, because if you want to go live, send a request. I'm only going live with women. I'm only going live with women. So, guys, there's no need for you to send me one. I'm not going to go live with you. Because this is a conversation that need to have with the ladies. Because so many women are really getting this information as though, you know, if you leave your man, there's going to be a better option out there. No. Oh yeah, I don't do private accounts. Don't do private accounts. JJ_. Oh, let's see. I think I've seen you before. RTUA. Q. Yeah. I think I've seen you before. Okay. But also, let's see. JJ. Yeah, people are like, you need to get somebody who's an engineer. I sure do. I'm interviewing somebody in New York next week. I'm interviewing somebody in New York in a couple of weeks. Shout out to him. There we go. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Are you able to talk?
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna pull over right now.
Okay. So when you get ready, let me know. So look, I'll say it before and I'll say it again, ladies. You know, there's a lot of money in selling y'all a dream. I got no books. I got no courses.
Okay.
I walk around Atlanta and people talk to me every day. So it's better, I think, that if women understood who men are, and then you can decide whether or not you want to deal. Hello?
Yes, I can talk.
So what do you got for me?
Okay. I am 33. Single. Well, I was married 6 years.
Okay.
I got married at 26, and I have 3 kids. My
Okay.
oldest is 6. The youngest is 3. By myself. no help from their dad. And he is a homeowner, a business owner, and he refuses to help. He's very bitter. And he told me he's teaching me a lesson now, and he refused to help. He's very bitter.
Divorce.
I filed for one, and I never served him. I let it expire because I gave him many, many chances. And I left.
Are you legally divorced?
Right now, because I got upset with my lawyer, I may be and I may not, so I don't know, because I didn't want to pay more.
So either you sign the paperwork and the judge.
I didn't sign anything. I really don't know what's the status right now, but he's living with another woman.
Okay. All right, you gave me a whole lot. It's all your side of the story.
Yeah.
You were married for 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
With 3 kids. Why'd you file for divorce?
He filed after I went to his job.
Why'd you go to his job?
Because he wouldn't help me financially with the children.
But you were married.
I left the house.
Why'd you leave the house?
Because I was being harassed and stalked.
By who?
My husband, ex-husband, kid's dad.
Okay. Hold on, time out.
I have police reports.
Okay.
You said we need proof that they're abusive.
All right, stop.
I'm stopping.
Because you're not going to abuse me.
I apologize.
I don't even know your damn story. I'm just trying to understand why we're here. Are you in a car with anybody?
No, I'm alone.
All right. You were married at one time.
I was.
You're still married. So why are you having to go to your husband's job because he stopped? What caused y'all to fall out?
The constant accusations, accusing me of delusional things.
Of what?
Accusing me of being with other men that never existed. I never looked at any other men. I only saw my husband. I only had eyes for him. But he had a real serious issue with trust issue.
Okay. All right. That's not even a topic we're on right now. Because what do you want me to say, man? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, you don't present as a victim to me. You sound like you got. Honestly, the woman here right now gives just as good as she gets. So why you were married and got 3 kids? At one point, it was good enough to have 1 baby, 2 baby, 3 baby. When did it start being that good?
Oh wow! When you see, we had a plan. There was a plan, and he just didn't stick to the plan.
What was the plan?
When I met him, he didn't have an education, and he went to school. Got his degrees with me, and then the plan was when he gets one, then I would continue and get one. Then he would.
How old is he?
Right now, he's 41.
How old are you?
I'm 33. I met him with no degree. He got his master's with me.
Hold on. I know you got your story. I got my questions.
Okay.
All this happened in 6 years?
Yeah.
So you got 3 babies, and in the concept and the time of a marriage, he got a bachelor's and a master's.
Yeah, I stepped all over me, walked all over me.
Shit.
Okay.
Tell that to your girlfriends. I mean, because y'all come. I mean, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, man. But it's all him. All right. Why'd you pick a man who's 41 years old, who's 35 years old, who ain't got nothing?
I mean, didn't got. I liked his character. He was.
But he ain't have nothing. You want to tell me about everything he got? Why did you decide to be his wife?
No. He was a good. He's not.
He didn't have a degree. He didn't have a degree though. He didn't have none of them degrees.
I mean, he was not stupid. He's not uneducated.
But why would you get with somebody that you got to prop up and then be upset that you propped him up?
Oh, okay, makes sense. I blame myself for that.
Well, I'm trying to understand because what I don't get is where it went wrong.
The trust. Like when I tried to.
So this man who you married and you put through school, through a bachelor's and a master's, and you were pregnant with 1, 2, 3 of his kids during the same time, accused you of cheating. Well, he just came home one day and just said, you cheat.
No, it was all the time. First year, second year, and he from the beginning. I seen the sign
From the beginning, when y'all were dating, he was accusing you of cheating?
Yeah, from when we was dating, and I thought it was. I didn't think it was. Yeah.
So right now, the way you tell the story is, you got 3 kids. He's got a master's.
I'm a PhD.
And now he's off with another woman.
Yeah. And
you haven't filed for divorce, why? So he's a horrible person. You haven't filed for divorce, why?
I don't even know what's the status right now, because I haven't communicated with my lawyer. And
do you want a divorce?
Yes, I want a divorce.
How long have you guys been living separately?
Since 2018, when I was in a very bad place. I lost a lot of weight. I was hard,
That's 3 years ago.
3 years, and I'm in a good space now, spiritually.
6 years. A bachelor's, a master's, 3 kids, divorced, separated. Have you had therapy?
You know what? I took him to.
Have you had? No, I asked you. Have you had therapy?
Oh, I took myself to therapy.
When?
I sure did. About a year ago, I went.
And how long did you stay?
I didn't stay due to insurance issues. My job.
But you can put somebody through school, but you can't stay in therapy. Yeah, I don't want to hear that bullshit.
I do a lot of meditating.
No, I don't want to hear that bullshit.
I pray a lot.
I don't want to hear that bullshit. I believe in God too, but God made therapists.
What would you want to hear?
That you're doing something about the problems you got.
What should I do? I mean, I'm doing. I do.
You're not going to therapy, because the woman I'm sitting here right now. You got a lot on your mind.
I mean, therapy is something that I want to do. Nothing I'm doing.
You don't. It's not want to do. You've got 3 kids, right?
And 3 kids, managing 3 kids.
You got 3 kids, right? That's a question.
I do. Yes.
Then kill the therapy for them. You're not equipped to be the person in charge of this.
Yeah.
Because right, wrong, and different. So there are 3 sides of this story. Yours, his, and the truth. All I'm getting is yours. And I'm telling you right now, my spidey senses start tingling 10 seconds after you start talking. You can tell women a lot of stuff. I listen to women all the time, and I'm telling you, you're a woman that can give as good as you get. Yeah, if you're not in therapy, you're not doing nothing except talking. You say you're with a man who's horrible, then sign the divorce, make it final. Go on with your life.
I have a reason for not doing that yet, but
he don't want to be with you with another woman, right?
He doesn't want to be with me with another.
He's with another woman. That's what you said earlier.
Yeah, he's with another person.
Right. So why stay? If he's so bad.
No. I don't live with him. We've been separated.
So why not legally?
Because he's the type of person, he knows I have a property on my name. He went to court talking about I have a property. He tried to get money from my property. I'm about to graduate from school, and he's probably going to try to get some income from me graduating from school.
So guess what? The sooner you get rid of him, the better, right?
You're right. And
so why don't you get the divorce final? Because you like the chaos. You like the yeah, you do, man. Man, you came in here spilling. And some people are addicted to chaos. Some people are addicted to the drama.
No, we don't talk. We don't talk at all.
I don't care, but man, you're giving it right here. Talking about you was abusive. I said you're not going to abuse me.
Mm-hmm.
If all that stuff is going on, then if that's that bad, then get away from it. End it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you're right. You're right. Okay, I'll call my lawyer first thing.
No, you need to call your therapist.
I will go back.
I mean, why is that a hard thing to accept?
It's not a hard thing. My work schedule is crazy with 3 kids, and my insurance is a little crazy right now. That's why I stopped going, honestly. But now that I'm consistently working again, and school's almost over in a couple weeks, I'll be back to my full-time schedule where my insurance will cover me going back to see a therapist. And I know it's necessary for the children, not, for me and the children. It's not easy. It's not by choice. I filed for joint custody and he didn't want the joint custody. Yeah.
How much is a therapy session?
I have no idea what makeup.
So how do you, so all this shit that you just ran down, you don't even know how much it costs?
Oh, I never thought about that. Thank you.
Oh, no, because you ain't, see?
Thank you so
So
much.
stop, I'll let you talk, hush, please. I can't go because I need full-time insurance. How much is it cost? I don't know. Fix those off my phone. I believe about 5% of what I just heard. What's it 3 for 5? When people come in with these already preconceived stories that they just want to run through and tell you, question everything. All that happened in 6 years. You know, when you're in a hole, stop digging, ladies. But one thing I did learn is that sometimes people are addicted to them, addicted to chaos. And I will say again that women are easier to tell each other, yeah, girl, and he did this, he did that, he did this, he did that. Mm-hmm. That's right. And he ain't this, and I went up to his office, and I went up to his job. Oh, so you went up to his job. Okay. Yeah, because he wasn't going to do so. I'm going to go up to his job. You know what? Let me do that again. Women, stop going to people's jobs. Stop making a fool of yourself. Stop making a fool of him. Do stuff the right way. If it's that bad, handle it the legal way. What you going to do? Go up to the job. You went to disrupt the place of business. That's why I said, you're not going to come over here and abuse me, abuse my time, abuse my platform. No. That's why I believe 5% of what I've heard. You may think that's harsh because you heard her side and it sounds so horrible. I've listened to thousands of women. And thousands of men too. So, that much invested in the narrative? No, no, no. And at the end of the day, why aren't you going to therapy? Because that means I'd have to get away from it. I'd have to end up putting an end to this, and I like the drama. Styling humans in a city near you. Oh, Lord have mercy. Their clothes on. Okay. What's going on here? You're gonna close out. Huh? I'm kind of hilarious. Sometimes I see these photos, man. I'm like, who's gonna pop up on here? Y'all gonna have clothes on when I put y'all on here? Oh, Shawnee. Let's see. I would prefer to have a conversation with somebody who may have some clothes on. You know, do your sexy thing on your IG. I mean, that's all good now, but I don't want to run the risk of folks just popping up bucket naked. Hooray. All right. Okay. You know what? We're about to get to this. So, show me. So, I think, ladies, are you all right with new wave marriage? Celebrity marriage? Are you good with sharing your husband? I'll say I'll go back to that, the woman, when that guy came along telling her, I got information on your man. I am not cool with that. Oh my God. I love people that got Queen in their name. Uh-oh.
o'clock in the morning. Sunday, I don't need to be up. You know I work last night. I see. Popular black. Yeah, right. You gotta stop it. Nah, please. Not the weirdo, dude. You know, I still want some. Mm-hmm. That's scared you. I better be scared too. Now send me a picture of the ID, John. I still can't find it. I couldn't. Yeah, I got the Facebook with the business. I couldn't send you a friend request on there for some reason. I'll try it again, M, M, M McClure 78. MMCCLURE. Uh, yeah, I seen a little bit of the freaky shit. I was able to see it, like I said, I couldn't send a picture. I mean, I couldn't like your profile. Yeah. Yeah, I seen some of it. Yes, man. Yeah, you should have. So, huh? You just got out of work, didn't you? Yeah, right. I said you hype. Working tonight. You said pan count? I ain't heard that in a minute. Pan count was across from Henderson. talk to her. I said, give me her number. I'll call her and straighten her out for you. You got business cards. And then you can send the single moms to my house. I seen you poking your butt out on Facebook. Mm-hmm. On a couple of the pictures. You better get rid of that goddamn cat. You will lose money right there too. I mean, yeah, a lot of people, if they got kids, they might not want to be around a cat like that. Where they would go to?
I nearly fell off a ladder when I discovered this.
What is going on, everyone, and welcome back to Stoic Context. Today we are going to react to another Kevin Samuels video. Before we get into it, make sure you guys like and subscribe. I'm going to be saving my commentary for the end of the video, so stay tuned for that.
Shandi, hello?
Hi, how are you?
Hold on. What modern women can survive without men? Yes or no?
Okay, my answer is succinct. It is no, but I will say that modern men can't survive without women. I heard your
Hold on. Before you say that, I gotta. What state do you live in?
California,
And how old are you?
39.
Why can't we survive in the world we built?
So I have a pretty simple argument, and it's that you all need us to procreate. And
No. See, listen. That's it. Young lady, the first woman I talked to. Survival and reproduction are two different things. We don't need you to survive. We need you to reproduce. You need us to survive and reproduce.
I don't know so much that I agree that.
Okay, well, let's go through this then. California. What are you, Northern California or Southern California?
Southern.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a contracts manager.
Okay. Have you ever worked with any heavy machinery?
I haven't.
What percentage of the infrastructure is run by men or women of the country? Both.
Yeah.
What percent? I'm gonna have fun with this. Whole pack of lunch. Oh yeah, no. I know you're 39 and you're right there. And part of the issue with Generation X is because so many of you ladies don't realize who we are. The infrastructure, the roads, the sewage, the trash, the power plants, refineries, everything that makes things go, the power. What percentage of the power plants, the power grids are run by females of the workforce?
I don't know,
Give
actually.
me a number. Give me a number.
It's probably an inconsequential number. It's probably very small.
Well, an inconsequential number. Give me a number out of 100%.
I don't know, maybe 5%.
Okay, 5%. I'll give you 20. There are let's just call it 400 million people in this country, just for simple math. 51% are female. That means there are over 200 million women. 200 million women, and that means 100% of the men and women running the power grid provide for 400 million men and 400 million men and women. You cannot get 20% of people who run the power grids and everything else to provide for your gender of 20 million. You would run out of power, everything would shut down, you would die. You can't plant food. 3 minutes without water, 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. That's when you die. Men are already running the existing infrastructure. If all women just turned into dust tomorrow, we'd be sad, but we would survive just fine because we will continue to run the infrastructure.
Okay, so my response to that is that your argument presupposes that women don't have the intelligence to figure it out. I suppose that's what you're saying. You're saying
Okay. So what in your argument presupposes that if you snapped all the men away, that you women could actually go download the information from an internet that's still working. It still presupposes that the computers are working. It presupposes that you could actually get even if you had the manuals. What you're trying to say is women could go read the manuals, learn the information, apply the information, and run the existing infrastructure as effectively as the men are in
in under 3 weeks? Insane.
I mean, if you're gonna align a temporal constraint on it, sure. I mean, 3
No, it's
weeks.
not a constraint, ma'am. If men weren't here, you'd start dying. And the fact that you, as an intelligent woman, really believe that men who are running the infrastructure and been doing it for 10, 20, 30, 40 years have been working at the same power plant. You saying that a woman could just go get a manual or read it from day one and she could run it to the same level of efficiency and effectiveness as somebody with 30 years experience is laughable.
No, I didn't say that. I never said that.
Well, but you say it presupposes that women don't possess the intelligence. I didn't say you don't have the intelligence. You don't have the time. Attrition would happen. You would start dying, ma'am. 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. By the time women got up to speed on what men have been doing for a lifetime, what percentage of the population of women would you say would be dead?
I would say that none of us would be dead because your argument also presupposes that men disappear and boom, we disappear too. The air.
No, it doesn't. Let me explain to you again. Let me explain to you again real slow.
Maybe I missed.
Did you watch the Avengers Endgame? Did you watch the movie Avengers Endgame or Infinity War? Oh, goddamn.
They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using a plastic or wooden cutting board, you need to hear this. I never post stuff like this, but I had to share. I cook almost every day, so we've gone through our fair share of cutting boards. For years, we used plastic, until I read about microplastics ending up in your food. One study even linked them to cancer. So we switched to wood, thinking it was safer. Until one morning, my husband took a bite of toast and said it tasted like raw chicken. Minutes later, he had stomach pain, a fever, and started throwing up. I rushed him to the hospital. The diagnosis? Salmonella, from the bread. We knew right away it had to be the cutting board. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves, there were bits of old food. I smelled it and nearly gagged. That same raw chicken smell. I always cleaned it well, hot water, soap, even bleach. But I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully, my husband recovered, but I knew we needed a safer option. A few weeks later, we were having dinner at my husband's boss's house. His wife was using this sleek silver cutting board I'd never seen before. She told me, it's a Katu Chef, made from pure titanium. It naturally resists bacteria and prevents cross-contamination. Even pro chefs are switching to it. She said her mom had constant stomach issues for years. Turned out it was her cutting board. Once she switched to Katu Chef, the problem stopped. Apparently, it was invented by a biology student from Texas who loved cooking. He discovered titanium is not only the safest material, but also easier on your knives. Her mom had an extra and gave it to me. That night I cut raw chicken on it, rinsed it with just water, and it was spotless. No smell, no stains. Days later, it still looked brand new, no matter what I cut. I asked where to get one. She said, they're not in stores because big brands are trying to sue them out of business, but they're still available through their website. She gave me a referral link with 50% off. I ordered 3 immediately. Don't get a knockoff from Amazon. Most aren't real titanium and can damage your knives. I've tried them all. Plastic, wood, glass, bamboo, even marble. They all had issues. Katu Chef is the only one that's safe, clean, easy to use, and keeps my knives sharp. Oh, and yes, it's dishwasher safe. If you use a cutting board at all, you need this. It's a one-time purchase built to last a lifetime. I even got one for my dad. He saw what was hiding in his old board and threw it out the same day. I left the link below the Learn More button. There's a love it or return it guarantee, so there's 0 risk. Honestly, I don't know how long this price will last. My mom's friends already bought 4 after seeing hers. Just get one. You'll thank me later. Tap the blue button on this video now to get 50% off before they sell out again.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. a little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla, an early investor in Amazon, Google, and OpenAI, says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. Blink, and you'll miss the boat entirely. So, do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Stick around for the next 60 seconds, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. And I even starred in a 60 Minutes story that won an Emmy for investigative journalism. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. But since then, I've walked away from the business of helping the rich get richer. Now I'm showing everyday people how they can build generational wealth by investing in disruptive technologies. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just click the button on your screen to access this free pick. This stock is a backdoor into one of the most exciting stories in stock market history. A story in which everyday investors have been effectively barred from participating. Meanwhile, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and countless other Silicon Valley elites have been plowing vast sums of money into this technology. Now, it's your turn. Did you know that this year, nearly half of all millionaires are expected to come into their wealth by investing in tech? Mark my words, they're not doing that by buying stocks like Nvidia, Tesla, and Microsoft. They're becoming millionaires by spotting disruptions and buying the obscure stocks that are best positioned to profit from these disruptions. Our research indicates that you could make massive gains with this free recommendation. Plus, I'll share with you my new video that lays out this opportunity and how you can leverage it to change your financial future. You'll definitely want to make sure you watch that entire video. So with that said, click the button on the screen now, and I'll give you the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this technological sea change. I'll also send you my video explaining what this technology means for you, your community, and your financial situation.
You ever see the movie The Book of Eli with Denzel Washington? Well, I'll just give it this way. There's a character in Marvel's Avengers, and he had a special glove. And when he got the special glove, he snapped his finger, and when half of the population in the universe just disappeared into dust. Instantly. Get that concept? Half of the people disappeared into dust.
I get the fictitious concept.
Okay, good. So I'm Thanos, and I snap my fingers, and the men all disappear into dust. All that's left is women. All. No men anywhere. All the cars that were driving, everything stops. They don't even kill anything. They all safely land to where everybody on board lives. I'm not even going into consideration of crashes. All women survive, all men are gone. From that moment on, you ladies worldwide are running out of time because the men kept the power plants running. Those power plants are not self-sustaining. They must be maintained. And who is going to go maintain them? You have to get women to go someplace and learn what needs to be done, get proficient at what needs to be done in order to keep all these women. She said no women would die. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, you think women are perfect.
Not at all. Not at all. I just.
So well, tell me how women, so tell me how all women would survive if only 5% in your mind run the power plants. And I give you 20%. You can't have 20% of people doing what 80% of people were doing.
Yeah, I just don't think that we would evaporate. I mean, in your fiction.
I didn't say evaporate. I said you, man, now you're being facetious. Yes, you are. I didn't say you would evaporate. I said you would start dying. Have you ever been in a blackout before? What's the longest, okay. Have you ever been without water? I mean, what's the longest you've ever been without power?
Get ready to relax with stress-free banking at Credit Karma.
Feel the tension melt away with a checking account that's 100% free to open. And experience the pure euphoria that only a high-yield savings account can deliver.
Start your financial self-care routine with Intuit Credit Karma today.
Yes. Thank you. And you lost your shit. How so long as you have been without water? LA used to have rolling brownouts. And this is what I'm saying, guys, that women still make these arguments. You've never had to live without. But look at what happened when a pandemic hit and all the toilet paper and all the water was, all that stuff was gone. What happened? The logistics chain broke down. People bought all the stuff. There was no more stuff. You are so comfortable living in the world that you cannot imagine what it would be like if you were just dropped in the middle of the world and said, live. You honestly think that if all the men were gone, that women would go back into their houses, homes, condos, everything else, and just turn the lights on and keep acting like nothing happened. You go to the gas station and it'll be full of gas. People have to drive that stuff, truck it in, truck it out. People have to produce it. The men are producing these things. And this is what it's showing, that women have no idea how this country runs. You just think it comes out of a can, out of a store. And when I'm trying to explain it to you, man, in the example I said, when men are gone, are you still going to stick to the fact that if men are gone, that women in a short time frame, in under a month, could get up to speed and do everything that men are doing to save the population?
No, I'm not arguing that we could get up to speed in a month. It would probably take a little bit longer than that.
How long?
I don't know. I can't really say. Maybe
Okay.
6 months. Who knows?
6 months. 6 months. 6 months. And I think it was far longer than that. 6 months. See, 6 months presumes that things aren't breaking. 6 months presumes that you just have to learn how to put tab A in the slot B and get it running. What happens when it breaks down? Man, you don't possess the physical strength to lift some of the things and maneuver some of the tools that are required to fix the machinery. You don't possess it. Tensile strength of a man's hand is like 75, and yours is like 48. Ours is like 70 times stronger than you. You cannot lift it. When it breaks, it's broke. The strongest women still are weaker than are not stronger than some of the most average men.
In terms of this argument about strength, I would just see that strength is not equal between men and women, but I don't think that women are so ignorant that they can't figure out some alternate source for whatever resource it is that has broken until they discover.
Really. So the power. Okay. So what she just posited now, class, is that men. No, what she posited now, class, is men have built the infrastructure the way it is right now, and it's working. But what she's actually suggesting is that if the men were not there, that women could come up with an innovative way to not necessarily need to do it the way men have done it for hundreds of years. Women will come up with an innovative way that will work for a female solution that produce at the same level. Outrageous.
We can agree to disagree.
No, there's no agree. There's no agree to disagree. No, there's no agree. No. We don't agree to disagree because number one, women aren't in the technical fields like that anyway. And the fact of the matter is, this bothers me because so many black women really think like this. Black women want anything else because you've been told that you're equal to a man. In a lot of ways, you're better. And you're sitting here really serious, man. This is about science, engineering, technology, and math. This is about machinery. This is about power. No power in a city. In LA, if the power goes out, everything is out. Nothing works. People start dying. There's no running water. Where do you go get your water, man? Where are you going to go get your water? How about that? Let's just start with you. Power goes out, where do you go get your water?
I'm not sure where water originates in this city where I live.
Okay, well, but you got 3 days. Where you going to go?
Probably the beach or somewhere where there's a water source.
The beach. Now listen. The beach. You're going to go to the beach where there is ocean water.
Or some other water source.
No, man. That's the beach. Is that water potable?
I could take it home and boil it.
On what?
I could take it home in one of the...
On what? On what, ma'am? You could take it home and do what?
And boil it.
On what?
On my stove. You said power, not gas.
No, see, gas is power, man. I said the power. See, the electric runs the gas and the gas runs the electric. When they go out, the gas stops, the electricity stops. See what I mean, folks? She's saying she could go to the ocean, which is full of seawater, salt water, and she thinks she can just simply take it home and use what men have already done and go and just simply stick it on her stove and boil it. But there's no more stove, man, because there's no more gas. Now what you gonna do? Time is...
Okay, well then I will get some twigs, light a match, and then boil it. Okay, so now where do we go?
Okay, you're gonna boil it. You're boiling water. You got a big old pot. You're boiling water. Where's the water going to come from? Because it's seawater. How are you going to capture the water that's, well, first of all, do you even know how this process works? You boil water.
I'm a psychologist, so no, I don't. I don't profess
So
to be...
you will go get some seawater, boil it, drink it, and then die. Because you don't understand that you cannot drink ocean water. And you don't realize that the water you're supposed to be drinking is in steam form. And if you don't have a way to collect the steam and condense it back down into drinking water, you would drink the wrong water. It's like eating the wrong berry. You see that TikTok? That's dying. You see, most women are like you. They run out to the beach and everybody's at the beach. Thank you for proving that you don't even know how to get water. And you got 3 days. Man, that's not an insult. It's not an insult, man.
I would take it as an insult. Listen, this is fair conversation, and I would pose to you, if you think that all men are capable of doing the exact thing.
No. See, the difference between men is the difference between men and you is they go to their stove and it would still be on. The difference between men is we already run the infrastructure. Stuff will keep coming. We'd still have water. We'd have water in our faucet. We'd have bottled water. We'd have it all because we already do it. See, that's the difference. We're already doing it. And I just explained to you how you don't even know how the basic stuff human beings have had to do since we've been on this planet. You don't even know how to do it.
You should switch to 1-800-CONTACTS because
it's super easy, so cheap. I saved shipping costs. I saved doctor office visit fees. It was cheaper on 1-800-CONTACTS than actually going to the eye doctor.
1-800-CONTACTS always has my exact same brand in stock.
And then they deliver it right to your door.
Or why would you not have your contacts delivered?
it's
the future. It's amazing.
1-800-CONTACTS gives us really fast shipping, and I don't think it ever takes 5 days.
Not even.
It's shipped to you super quick and easy. It's like a box with a cape. And it's free. I save at least over $200 per visit through 1-800-CONTACTS.
My whole family, it's easily in the hundreds.
Gas being what it is now, oh my gosh, I can't even begin to imagine how much you're saying. Hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
Ugh, I should have done it sooner.
1-800-CONTACTS.
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wireless. That's why instead of hiring an expensive director for this commercial, we found someone willing to work for candy and approval. Hey, sweetie, Daddy's face is up here. Okay, there you go. All right, admit, no, too high, honey. There you go. Hey, nap time. So embarrassing. Sorry, guys, this one's on me.
And the thing is, no, let's stick here. No, don't overtalk me. You don't know how to even understand that there's not drinkable water. See, this is what I meant about Bear Grylls, The Island. Women just think shit happens. Men would not have to do it because we're already doing it, man. If women were disappeared, you know what would happen? We would have an abundance because the women that are gone, men wouldn't have to produce for all the men and all the women. All the men would just have to produce for the men. We would have overflow because we wouldn't have to carry you guys anymore. That's the truth. Can you at least acknowledge that? That's simple math. If you guys disappeared like that, the men who are already producing at 80% wouldn't have to produce for 51% of women. That means all the additional water that the women were drinking, all the food would still be there. Men would have plenty. Uh-oh. Can you at least give me that?
Listen.
Can you give me that? Don't tell me to listen. Can you give me that?
I can't because now
you can't. No. You can or you cannot. You can't. No. No. I want to be clear on this. Can you give me that? Yes or no? And get off my goddamn phone. You're out of your mind. This is what's wrong with so many sisters. This right here. I want you guys to pay attention right there. That's the problem. Yes, you. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. That's a 40-year-old woman. That's a 40-year-old woman. Woman right there. I'll just go down to the beach, get some water and put it on my stove. Power's out. You said the power. You didn't say gas. Gas is power. Huh? Well, I'll go get some matches and some twigs. Okay. You boiling water. How you gonna collect? I didn't even tell her you need to collect it. She didn't even know she needed to collect it. And that tick-tock. And see, the fact of the matter is, no matter how I try to position it, that's why women die alone. Oh, I'm going there deep. That is why so many of these women die alone. They truly believe they don't need men. These city women ain't never hunted, fished, grown a crop, had to do nothing. That woman couldn't even understand where to go to get some mother sucking water. I was hoping she didn't say the beach, but she said she would take her gas in her car and drive it out to a beach, burning up a resource. Didn't even want to go in all that. I'm going to get in my car and drive it to the beach and sit in traffic because the cars are still there. She's going to drive to the beach with everybody, all the other women. I'm gonna walk her ass down to the beach. I'm gonna just get me some water. Look at all this water. Forget the fact that it's got minerals and salt and sand in it. Forget the fact that if you drink this, you will die. I am a woman, so I'll just gather up this water and then I'll drive it back home. And then I'll set it on my stove. Why won't it come on? There's no power. What? So then I have to go figure out where some twigs are and some matches that most people don't have. But I'll even give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll give you a lighter. She lights it. How many people think that women like her would build a significant enough fire source to heat a big pot of water? And what happens? You have that big pot of water indoors and you're heating it. If you've ever boiled a pot of water, a big pot of water, what happens? It starts to boil. Steam comes up. It starts to get hot. The steam is what she needs to capture. She wouldn't have known that. She'd be looking at the water saying, well, damn, why don't all that sand and stuff, why am I getting this residue? Why does every time I boil the water, all that's left is just scale and residue? Because you boiled all the water away, and all you got left is salt.
If you can find any song in the world in seconds, you should be able to sign up for renter's insurance in seconds. With Lemonade Renter's Insurance, you can also customize your coverage to protect the stuff you love. And prices start as low as $5 a month. It's about time insurance does that. Get a quote at lemonade.com/renters.
See, this is why women not going into science, engineering, technology, and math. I'm going to have a good time with this segment. Then she go take her another pot of water and have to light another twig, right? Well, that's up now this time. Oh, there's steam right there. Maybe she even got realized that the steam that's on the window, that's a little moisture. I'll take some of the moisture off the window. You can't collect it. How many liters of water do you need a day? How quickly would you die? You need liters of water a day. Driving back and forth to the beach to boil water. You'd spend most of your time trying to just get water. And what are you doing? You ain't eating. Their energy stores are going down. Why is this important, people? Because this is the same mindset these women had when they dropped their ass on this island. They thought it was a game. And I laugh when women say they don't need men. Thank you.
This was a masterclass at its finest. You see, when these people benefit from the infrastructure and they have no respect for how it runs, how it's maintained, so well so to the fact that you don't have to think about it. She doesn't have to think about it. She doesn't have to worry about her gas pump working or not. She doesn't have to worry about the roads being repaired. She doesn't have to worry about wildlife, natural disasters, and everything taking effect. Rain. You have to understand everything is a chain reaction. When one thing stops working, another thing stops working. And that leads to another thing that's going to stop working. And then eventually everything will crumble. But it's built up so well, and it's been maintained so well throughout the world that a lot of people don't even have to think about this stuff. This woman really would have drank seawater. And like Kevin said, you have to know how to capture it. Because evidently, all you will be doing is boiling water until it's completely boiled down to residue and salt. That's what will be at the bottom of the pot. And again, it's maintained, and you have bottled waters. There's so many things that they have that they don't even have to think about. So, of course, there's going to be a lack of respect for men because these women don't see these men. They don't see the people that have to maintain filters, make sure the right filtration going through the right type of filtration system, switching out those filters, cleaning those pipes, just so you could turn on a tap and instantly have water. Again, all in all, we do have to have a certain level of appreciation for what's around us. There's so many things to complain about. When you have the time to sit there and complain and think, actually, you know what it is? When you have the time to sit there and think, is when you start to have first world problems. That's what I'm starting to notice. The people with a lot of time on their hands that are just able to sit there and think and have nothing else to do, and have an unrealistic perspective of how the world works. Those people come up with the most asinine things.
Hello, Tamara.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. How old are you?
25.
Good. What do you got for me?
So I know you guys were talking about like the Drake situation, but can I tap into the Kanye West situation a little bit? Because I feel like it's a little bit different.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I agree with I agree with Drake doing what he did because honestly, like no one has any business trying to do whatever she tried to do with the condom or whatever.
Sure,
But I feel like Kanye West's situation is a little different. I feel like only with this situation with Kanye West.
You got 45 seconds. 45 seconds. You got 45 seconds.
Okay. So I feel like black men need to take accountability for being in the position that Kanye West is in. So when I say that, I mean black men get into interracial relationships, and then later, when the relationship doesn't work out, going to like black media and trying to do interviews and getting like on social media to try to get basically like sympathy and want someone to
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Right. So pretty much, I'm just saying, I feel like Kanye West and just.
So hold on. A couple of questions.
Okay.
Was Kanye black before he had a problem with Kim?
Yes.
Okay. So he's never denied his blackness.
I think he denied his blackness.
Okay. So him going to black media. I mean, he's going to the media he's always gone to.
Right.
Okay, so I think that's a reach. What you're trying to paint it. Hold on. Let you speak.
I'm sorry.
You're trying to put him in the light of somebody who really ain't in the black community like that, who married a non-black woman, and then it fell apart, and now he's trying to dust off his black card. That ain't Kanye.
No, you don't think so?
I asked you. You said he was black before. He's black. He's talking black. He's gonna. Where's Kanye ever acted like a sellout? When?
Well,
I'm asking you. Noel, when?
Well, I would say there's been times where he's gotten co-signed by Trump, and Trump isn't necessarily.
Ma'am.
Yes.
This is gonna run the file because this is a lot about your feelings, and you know. Not only get it. Hold on, ma'am. You cannot overtalk me. Here's the thing. Like it or not, did Kanye West's wife get some black men released from jail, prison?
Yes.
Okay. What did Barack Obama and the Democrats do?
Hey, D, you work here?
Whatever, kid.
Every shoe for every athlete, only at Dick's.
Nothing. See, this. Why don't you just go ahead and get right down to it? This conversation is a lot about. See what happens. You get a white woman, and then when it falls apart, she turned her back on you. That's really what you want to say, because you have a weak argument. But I'll listen to it.
You said it's a weak argument?
Yeah, it is. Certainly, it's very weak. Let me show you how weak it is. Let me show you how weak it is.
Yes, please.
Okay, when Kanye West and Kim Kardashian met, what did Kim Kardashian significantly do for Kanye West?
What was that?
$66 fucking million.
And
Don't even say another word until you let that digest. $66 million she gave her man, not her husband, her man.
Can I speak?
After you acknowledge that she gave this man millions of dollars before she was his wife.
Okay.
Acknowledge it.
So.
Acknowledge it. Acknowledge it. This is my show. You're gonna run it my way. Acknowledge what is public information and easily verifiable.
Right. Okay.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
All right. So, where or when do you hear sisters giving men that kind of money? Money, period.
Wow. Okay. So can I argue?
Sure. What are you gonna argue?
So I can say that Kanye West, he actually legitimized Kim. Because when
I don't care about, no man, we're talking finances. Kim had money, Kanye was in a hole. They both had public brands and personas, but Kanye's was lagging. And whether you like it or not, Kanye became a billionaire with his wife.
But
there's no but to it, man. See, your story is based on the fact that black men need to stay with black women because when you get with non-black women, this is how they do you. And that is a weak argument that doesn't even stand up to the facts. What happens more often than not, 80 black men are married to black women at an 84% rate. You guys want to always focus on the 1-2 handful of athlete, entertainer, musicians, guys in the industry that marry non-black women, and because they experience a divorce that mirrors the same things that go on in the black community, you want to focus and say it's so bad. It's a weak argument.
But I don't think it's weak. I think it's a legitimate argument.
So you're saying a black woman wouldn't have did that to him?
No, I'm saying that there's a chance a black woman might.
There's a chance. Well, what is the argument? You said that you said, hold on. The argument you said was, I think that this is what happens when black men get with non-black women, and Then they get a divorce, and here's what happens. All right, ma'am, sorry, weak. But then you said, and then he tried to go on media, and now he wants sympathy from the black community. As if that's bullshit. Kanye has never.
How is that BS?
Excuse me, because of, okay, ma'am, just because you're losing the argument, don't get upset. You said yourself, Kanye has never gone off the reservation. Kanye has never. When did Kanye lose his black card? Is he like, because this happened with Alfonso Ribeiro, Carlton, the guy who played Carlton Banks, guys like Byron Allen, and many black men who marry non-black women often hear this sellout stuff. But Kanye has been black my entire life. He's never not been a black man. You even said it.
Yes, I never said that he wasn't black.
So why should he? So why are you making the distinction that he goes to black media? He's going to the media. He's always gone to.
Well, I'm saying he's looking for sympathy because he's
not looking for sympathy. He's using his platform to advocate for his ballot position. He didn't go to the black media. He's going to the media he went to before any of this stuff. The black media. That's what he's always used. That's why I said you got a weak argument, man. You're trying to make a square peg fit into a round hole. You act like Kanye went to the New Republic or conservative think tanks to talk about Kim. He's went to Drink Champs on Revolt TV, the same place he's always been. True or false, man? True or false?
Everything you're saying is true. But
Then what does race have to do with it?
It has a lot to do with it because this is a black man who married a non-black woman who does culture appropriating. And now that his relationship isn't working out, he's going to black media to try to...
He's going to the man is black. So what?
Right.
He's going to the same media he's always used because he's a hip hop star. He's a hip hop artist. He's a rapper.
Right.
Man, you're trying to make this black, and it ain't. And here's the honest thing: you got an issue with a black man marrying a non-black woman. That's your problem. No. Well, yeah. You know what the problem is? Here's the question, you sister. How about this? Why'd y'all lose him to Kim Kardashian?
That's why black men have to hold him accountable.
No. I asked, why did black women lose Kanye to Kim? Y'all want us to hold them? No, ma'am. Listen, question. See, what did your father have to say about it?
My dad is married to my mom,
That's
who's a black woman.
Okay, and what does he have to say about these subjects?
I don't know if you talk about that those days. But what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is, I feel like Kanye, I'm not saying Kanye, but I do feel like black men need to be held accountable when it comes to things like this because he's crying in the media saying.
First off, stop saying he's crying. See, this is my problem with you. And women who say this kind of thing. You guys use loaded, charged language that undercuts the validity. You've got a problem when a successful black man marries a non-black woman. And you saying black men need to hold them accountable. I'm holding black women accountable. Why are you black women losing your successful black men to non-black women? That's what no, listen. White women aren't losing their successful white men to us.
Because white men
Listen.
Take what you do best and create a website that's worthy of it. With AI website creation from Wix, every click is an opportunity to shape your brand, fine-tune your design, generate content in seconds, and showcase what you love so others will love it too. It's your business, your website. You do it yourself on Wix. Transform your water and live hydrated. Care for, live more with Liquid IV.
Listen, you got an answer for everything other than the fact of why y'all are losing. And now you want us to hold Kanye accountable for, and I'm asking, where were the women looking to give Kanye $66 million? Where were the women looking to bet on Kanye when he was down bad? Where were the black women looking to do that? I'm asking. I didn't hear you. All I hear is crickets. And then here's the problem. You think you're right, and the fact of the matter is, women who think like you, y'all are losing. Black men need to hold. Yeah, you're losing because you're not getting married. You're not getting married, and you're certainly not getting married to the men of you.
No, I'm not married.
I said women like you. I did not say you. Why are black women losing their high-value black men to non-black women?
I feel like it's more so why black men are choosing to.
No, that's the problem. You are stuck in that black men are choosing to answer it my way.
Okay, can you ask the question again?
Yeah. Look, do white women complain, do non-black women complain about losing, do non-black men complain about losing the women of their race to black men?
The black men? No.
All right. Why are black women complaining about losing high-value black men to other races of women and telling men they need to hold them accountable? You should be asking why these men are leaving. Simple question. If I put Kanye West and all the men who fit in his category, millionaire black men who marry non-black women, and we could ask them the truth, why did you choose to marry a non-black woman? Would black women like yourself be willing to listen to what they say and make the changes that they require?
In general?
Would black women like yourself be willing to listen to what these men say and then, in good faith, make the changes that these kind of men require?
For me, I would say yes.
In general.
In general, I would say no. But
That's why you women like in that position lose, because they're not willing to make the changes these men require, and other women are. They're willing to give the men what they want.
But if they're getting divorced,
Stop it. Till you're moving the goalposts. You got to give men what they want, or they will not commit to you. So I said you got a weak argument. It's a race-based argument. And it is a race-based argument because here's the problem. I've already done this video so many times. Why are black women complain about when a black man becomes high value, he leaves and go get a white woman? Okay, then why? And here's one thing. I've done this video at least 7 times. And one thing that never happens, even when I talk to pro-blacks, I've sat down and talked to pro-blacks. And I said, look, there's a stat that says 30% of black men who are college educated and married report to have dated or dated out or marrying out. And then they went on to, we need to check those brothers and hold them accountable. I said, well, before that, Don't you think it would be smart to ask these men why they're choosing to do such? Because you're losing 30% of your college educated men. Because they hate their mama, they sellouts. No, I don't want to sit down and talk to no cracker sellout coon ass nigga. And see, the thing is, like, so in other words, you want to chastise the consumer for not buying your product instead of asking him, why didn't you purchase our product? You want
Because a lot of it is based on, you would say, maybe attitude and stuff like, but a lot of it is driven based off of colorism. A lot of it is based off of racism.
Okay, ma'am, then why were we married at a rate of 80% prior to 1960?
Refresh the everyday with Mentos Chewy Mints. Yes to fresh.
Who? See, this is, ma'am, I need you and people who think like you. This race-based, solely race-based argument, or primarily race-based argument, is a losing 20th century old argument. Black, you listen, I'm talking to you and through you. Black people have to understand that even if you're right, you're still losing. Black men are asking black women to be what? Competitive. What does that mean? Fit, feminine, friendly, cooperative, submissive, childless. My entire life, black men have been asking black women for several things. No babies from another man, to be fit, your own natural hair, and nice. I need you to listen. Is the average black man getting a woman that doesn't have another man's child and she's fit, meaning 5'4", dress size 4 or 6, 120, 130 pounds, and she's feminine, and she's nice? Is the average black man getting that? I don't care her color, skin color. She light skin, dark skin, fit, feminine, friendly, childless. Is the average black man getting that?
I would say, you probably don't want to hear it, but I would say in my world, yes.
Ma'am,
I would say
I don't care about your world. We're talking about the marketplace. I don't want to talk about your world, ma'am, because that doesn't help anybody. Your world
okay, but what I'm trying to say is, in different races, you're not going to get
Ma'am,
all 4 of those.
I don't ask about it. Look, you keep trying to deflect. Ma'am, fitness. 80% of our women are overweight. Today, what state do you live in?
Pennsylvania.
Man, go out to any city in the United States where black people live, and I guarantee you, you look at black men and black women today as an average, and the woman is larger than the man.
Okay, so can I just get this point across? So what I'm trying to say is, I understand what you're saying, and I agree. But what I would say is, me following like reality TV and keeping up with celebrity news and stuff like that, I see this all the time. I want to bring up another couple. I would say somebody like, I don't know if you remember, but when Joe Budden's mother of his kids, when she went viral for saying black men treat Hispanic women better, but then
You're how old, ma'am? You're how old?
I'm 25.
Ma'am, no disrespect. I'm talking about Kanye and Drake today, but how often do I talk about celebrities? It's another thing in our culture. We worry so much. What about the accountant that you know? The single black male is an accountant. Where are the wives? Where are the black women who are wives? I don't care about Joe Budden and celebrity reality TV. I care about the people who live in your neighborhood. The single black men who live in your city. Where are the black women that they're supposed to be married to? Where's the wife material?
There's a lot of wifey material.
Really? So your position is there's a lot of wife material. The black
Yes,
men
but they're
just,
choosing
hold on. Your position is there's a plenty of wife material. The problem is these black men just don't want to marry.
Yes.
Okay, let's take that case. Then if that's the case, and if they marry another woman who's not black, then that means he did want to get married. Maybe there's a problem with the material.
But I'm trying to argue that
You got to deal with that, ma'am.
but I'm trying to argue that
You,
there's
you
nothing
man,
wrong
okay,
with the
all right.
material.
This is a pointless argument. This is a pointless argument, ma'am. This is why I don't deal with the and more people were like, Kevin doesn't talk about the history of racism, white supremacy, and slavery because it's a circular losing argument. The bottom line is, ma'am, listen and listen very well. Black women in this country today, 26% were married. Anybody. That's black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Middle Eastern, or other. Listen, why are so few, why is 3 out of 4 black women going to die alone? Black or any others? Why?
Work goes smoothly when you know the right steps. With Asana, you can coordinate tasks across teams and stay on track, so your team can spend more time celebrating wins. Try it for free at asana.com.
Hot take. Vaping does not help.
What's going on, everyone, and welcome back to Stoic Context. Today we are going to react to another Kevin Samuels video. Before we get into it, make sure you guys like and subscribe. I'm going to save my commentary for the end of the video, so stay tuned for that. Let's get into it.
A lot of people would like embrace it. They would be like, oh, she looks, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it felt like, oh, this is a good thing. So I had to like, you know, work through all of that.
Okay, so let me bounce it back for the artists because they couldn't hear you. So I'm talking to Jessica. Jessica is 29. She's 5'7", 240 pounds, and she said she don't want to go into 30 this way. She said she liked to be married. And I asked her a little bit about her family. You know, her mother and father are married. They're both large people. She has siblings. Most of them are large. She was homeschooled. My point ultimately was this. You know, she didn't go to college. And my point ultimately was after you left the mother and father's house at 18 years old, whatever age, you stopped being homeschooled. You've had at least 10 years to get out from under your parents' way of looking at things, and you've seen the world. And I asked the question, what have you done from the time you not homeschooled to now to get the weight under control? And the answer was not much. My follow-up question is this. You said this has been a recent movement, right?
Yes.
Okay. What made you decide to start looking at this now?
I wasn't happy. Or I wasn't fulfilled. And I just realized how many things were landing on each other, overlapped each other.
Have you ever had a long-term relationship?
No.
Are you a virgin?
No. I waited a long time, but not anymore.
Okay, so it's not okay. You waited a long time.
Mm-hmm.
What's the longest relationship you ever had with a man?
It was a month. I just really didn't like. Have you ever heard? There was this song by Mary J. Blige. It was talking about how she was a mess, and I did not
No.
with anybody.
Listen.
If it was just because.
Okay, you're not listening. I need you to listen to me. You've been in a relationship a month with a man, and you're almost 30. I need you to unmute yourself, but I can't have, when I start speaking, I need you to go ahead and just let me talk. Because, okay. Your mother and father are married. What does your father Does your father want you to get married?
They haven't expressed anything about it, no.
Do you? How many siblings do you have?
I have 4.
All women? All girls?
No. 2 are boys, 2 girls.
Okay. You're the oldest, right?
Yes.
Are the 2 girls, are they still in school or are they they're over 18?
They're all over 18, yes.
Okay. And are they overweight too?
Yes.
And are they all single?
No,
Unmarried?
not one of them. One's married.
Okay. So what I'm not understanding here is if she could get married. I was going to ask you is how's your father helping you with this? Because it's really unusual to hear a woman your age that's only had a 1-month relationship. But when we were talking about it, I can tell you your social skills need work.
Okay.
And that is not uncommon for people who are homeschooled.
Agree.
And what did you, okay, so you didn't go to college.
No.
So what'd you do from the time you 18 to now?
I worked. And I didn't go to college because I thought what I wanted to do didn't require college.
What you work doing what? What's your profession?
I'm a manager at a fast food place.
Okay.
Don't okay. I know it's a bad all the way around. I get that. I'm just trying to figure out how to go from here. It's not that I don't understand what you're saying. It's hard to even face it sometimes. I know where I am. I know that I'm completely not where I should be.
Where should you be?
I should at least be in a place where I'm able to say yes and no to certain things. Right now, I'm in a place of where
do you live in your own place?
I live with my sister. We live together. It's a mutual thing. It's not like we're like I live with my sister.
How much are you making annually?
25.
Okay. And what city you live in?
Baton Rouge. Okay. That's a lot of information.
Well, you ain't paying me. You ain't paying me. Here's the thing: you ain't paying me. You're welcome to go to my website and pay $949 for an hour. But you can't afford that.
Yeah. Oh. Whoa.
I mean, you want me to? You called in, so you wanted me. See, I don't understand you folks who call in and say you want some help and you ain't paying for it, and I need to.
No, that's not it. I don't like giving out a lot of personal information.
Then why would you call into a public show? See, this is what I mean, man. This is what I mean, Jessica. Let me be honest with you. Don't nobody care about you down the Baton Rouge. Don't nobody know you. I don't have your number. You're just a voice on the phone.
Got you.
But what I said, your social skills are lacking. Even people, when the sound was off, could hear that something was going amiss. And what I'm trying to understand is, man, if you're 5'7", 240 pounds, and a fast food manager at 20 and going on 30 years old, you got a lot of problems. You can't even take care of you can't even take care of yourself, and that's going to be what it's going to have to be if you don't get with a man. And what's going to be problematic with a man, outside of your height and weight, is your lack of social grace.
I never post stuff like this, but I had to share. I cook almost every day, so we've gone through our fair share of cutting boards. For years, we used
Okay.
Because if you think the questions I'm asking, why would if somebody wanted to date you, don't you think some grown person is going to say, hey, they're going to ask you your age? If they meet you at a convenience store, they're going to ask you what you do. And from that point, they're going to ascertain how much you make. That's why you didn't want to say you worked at fast food, because we all know that's not so my thing is this. Why do why such a you're chuckling and stuff, and I'm like, well, is this funny?
No,
I don't think it's. I don't think it's funny. Man. I'm
trying
tell you why I
not
don't. I'm tell you why I don't think.
on
I'm telling you why I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's funny because.
I don't think it's funny.
Okay, listen.
I'm trying not to cry. That's
What?
all.
What? Try not
Try
to.
not to cry.
Go
That's
cry.
all.
Okay, well, crying is there for a reason. But
Right.
ma'am, you got to do something. You don't have any. Okay. When somebody looks at a woman who's your height and your weight and your education, it just looks like unmotivated, unmoored, and
Right.
that's not attractive to a man unless you were just fall out fine. But you. So I said earlier, what's keeping you from dropping 100 pounds? Because that's what it's going to take.
I understand that. It was really just.
And for the people in the audience, there's no underlying medical condition. There's no grave disease or nothing. This is a matter of, I said it, you were raised like an average black person, and I got pushed back, and then it turned out to be she's raised like the average black person from a big family.
Right.
You know good and well you weigh too much.
Right. I do.
And so it does not take a brain surgeon or a rocket scientist to know you need to go to a gym. And whatever your needs are and everything else, there's still ways to get it done.
Right.
Why not do that?
I have been working out. I know that it's going to take an extreme push.
Go ahead. How many days a week are you working out?
3 or so, whatever I don't work.
Well, it can't be 3. You need to be near 6.
Right.
See, this is why I feel for so many of you young women. You're not under your father sounds like he failed you. I'll just be straight up. He's failed you. Allowing you to be the height and weight you are you're not prepared for the world. So, but his work ended, whether he did a good job or not. I'm going to say he probably did the best that he could, but that does not mean. But it's your responsibility to do something. After age 18, you're an adult.
Yes.
So
it took a long time for me to realize that I couldn't blame them.
You couldn't what?
Where I was.
You couldn't do what?
It took a long time for me. It took a long time for me to realize I couldn't blame my parents.
Right.
For where I was.
Right.
Right. And it's easier to blame.
Yeah.
It's easier to feel anger. It's not easier. It's more
feel anger for what? I mean, they may not have
because my dad is a talented person.
He's a what?
And my mom is talented too, and my family is talented, but we're not where we should be. We all have very natural talents.
Whoa. Hold on. Pump your brakes.
Yeah, I understand. It was a lot of things that, like, I know.
Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Your father married your mother, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And how long have they been married?
It's gonna be 30 years.
All right. Well, even though he may not have been, when I say he failed you, I said allowing you to get to the height and weight you are. But it sounds like he married your. Hold on. Because when you say judge them, he's talented, your mom is talented, everybody's talented, and you should be better off. See, this is a problem with you millennials in this Instagram generation. Looking at Instagram, comparing. Who are you comparing your family to?
I'm not comparing them.
Well, you said we're not where we should be. Where is that? What does that mean? You're in one of the poorest states. Listen.
What I mean.
Listen.
You asked me a question. So
no, you listen. Look. Hey, you're in Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
Your parents, your family, your father and mother had a responsibility to make sure you were fed, protected, secure, and educated. Did they do that?
Yes,
Then they did their job.
I get that. Yeah.
So when I say he failed you, is to allow you to get to be the height and weight you are, and not let you know that, baby girl, you can't be that size and get a man. That's what I'm talking about. But mama got her man. Sis got her man. At the end of the day, what I'm hearing is a lot of outward stuff. And I'm not hearing a lot of stuff that you're doing. I don't care how broke you are. So you can go to you can go to Planet Fitness for $10 a month. Yes?
Yes.
All right, then why are you only in there 3 days a week?
I was only doing when I'm off.
Ma'am, I don't want to hear that BS. I'm quite sure I work more than you. And I'm in the gym. See, you got a problem, your weight. And the solution is simple. Work out, drink water, eat more healthy. And you got to go do that. But every time I ask you, why aren't you in there more, there's a reason. There is no magic bullet. There's no magic pill.
I got that.
But what it sounds to me is though you really lack the motivation to do what's necessary to get the outcome it is you say you want. But that's no one's problem but yours. That's not your parents' problem.
Right.
But let's say the other side. Let's say this continues to go down this way. What does life look like?
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
I've lost weight and I keep going. I'm not doing this.
How much weight have you lost?
I lost 20 pounds.
In what time frame?
A couple of months.
Okay. And what's your goal weight?
I don't know. It's going to be around 160.
It's still too much weight.
This brilliant device keeps your home cool in summer, even during heat waves and power outages. It's smaller than a lunchbox, cools any room within 3 minutes, and uses 98.7% less energy than your AC. It was invented by a former NASA engineer from Houston, and it's now taking the U.S. by storm. Steve designed this device after a citywide power outage left.
I'm not excusing myself, but my body carries weight a certain way. And
ma'am,
I think less than 160 is going to be under 160.
No. See, I want people in the chat room. This is someone coming to an image consultant telling, yeah, but the way my body is set up. No, you're human. Well, the reason I muted her is because this is a issue in the Black community. You have women who've allowed themselves to get into the size they are, and then when someone tells you that you need to be at a normal weight, she resists. This is why I'm trying to be as easy as I can, man, but 160 is still too much. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up because I don't know what go ahead and unmute yourself. I don't know what you want me to do to assist you. Sounds like you know everything you need to do, but I'll be honest. To me, ma'am, it does not sound like you're really ready to do the work. You're ready to do what you want to do, but you're not ready to do what you have to do. And if you don't do what you have to do, you lost 20 pounds in 2 months. Okay, and if you've been a large girl since you were in high school or high school age, that means the majority of your life you've been unhealthy. That means even when you get down to 160 pounds, the likelihood of you staying at that weight is it's not very likely. Fluctuate, problem with weight over and over and over. And then once you get down to 160, then what? There's still people skills and stuff that needs to be done. one of your biggest problems is you don't make enough money to do anything. So I would say, have you talked to a therapist or a counselor or somebody? Because there are there are things going on with you, ma'am, that I'm not qualified to diagnose, but I know it when I hear it. But at making $12.50 an hour, this is not going to end well. It's not going to end well. And I'm from Oklahoma, where I see a lot of this. And you're 29 right now. It's going to really be tight when you're doing this at 45. I've seen it all the time growing up. And I can understand the feelings and everything, but I have to be honest with you and tell you, I hear it, but you need to turn those tears into motivation to get yourself in the gym 6 days a week and get on a healthy lifestyle and and go talk to whoever, I don't know, government assistance, state program, whatever company you work for, they got an employee assistance line. You need to go talk to somebody. Because you're living below, almost at the poverty line. And the people I talked with and typically over here are way on the other side. So I'm trying to give you what I can give you, but you got to increase your income to be able to take care of yourself. Because if all this comes down to, trying to, a man who want to get married.
This really was what it was about.
Well, what is it?
I'm just trying to present myself in the world the way I want to be. That was about that too, but that's a part of it. It's the whole thing. But I appreciate your truthfulness.
Well, presenting yourself to the world, but you also got to be realistic with where you're at. And presenting yourself to the world is a hell of a lot easier when you start doing the work. See, like I said at the beginning of our call, I'm not hearing the desire to really do it.
Yeah, I've always had motivational problems.
Well, and unfortunately, that it shows itself in a person's weight. That's one of the first things I said when I was talking to people. What folks associate with this shows up in the weight, and unfortunately, especially our Black women, that leads to a life of being basically a spinster, a childless woman. And my aunts were like that. You don't want to go through life like that. But I wish you all the best. I do.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Man, shout out to Kevin. This is a very powerful episode. Obviously, this woman isn't exactly where she wants to be in life. And there are a few things that are holding her back. One being her weight, two being her financial access. When you create yourself, or when you continue to maintain yourself, you will have better outcomes. But this woman has completely let go of her love life, completely let go of her physical structure, has completely let go of her financial situations. And I often say this, sometimes you really do have to pick a struggle. You can't have many. Pick a struggle. But when you have everything working against you, you're making yourself undesirable. And of course, you can see here, like, this woman was coping a lot. Yes, she was okay with the truth, but not really. She was giving some pushback.
I remember watching my friend struggle while taking care of her mom, so I knew to look for support when it hit our family. I started caring for my dad not too long ago, and luckily I already knew what to do. There were two things I needed right away: financial support and some real emotional and practical help. The first thing I did, reached out to Entire Care. They pay you $2,500 a month to take care of a loved one. They guided me through the process and paperwork to get set up for the monthly pay. They also paired me with a care professional who's always there to listen and help whenever I need it. It's been a few months now, and I can't say enough about how important both the money and the support have been. If you're caring for a family member or friend, chances are you qualify too. It's super easy to apply, and it makes a huge difference. Get the support you deserve and visit entirecare.com.
But inevitably, she had to sit back and realize, all right, well, you know what? He's right, because I'm not yielding the results that I want to yield. And if I do want to be different, if I do want to change, I know I'm going to have to do something. What was odd to me is she was mentioning her parents' accolades, and I'm not sure why that is a thing. But so many times I see videos in which women will bring up the accolades of their parents as to justify what's actually going to happen to them. Or like, I don't know, maybe you guys can explain it. I just haven't been able to come up with a proper answer for it. Maybe it's because they're lacking in some of the things they're doing in their personal lives. And if they mention that their parents are doing this, and the third, maybe it gives them credibility, but I just don't see how that does that. If I ask you, are you good with money and you're a good swimmer, and you tell me your parents were, I'm confused as to why you would even mention that. So who am I dating, you or your parents? So I don't know why women often bring up the accolades of their parents as reasons why, like, they should be successful or whatever the jazz may be. I don't know. But I want to say shout out to Kevin on this episode. There's often times that people will automatically assume that he's just here to tear people down, when in reality, he's giving people practical advice, trying to get families together, and giving people the guidance they need to get exactly where they want to yield the results that they want. So yeah, shout out to that.
Hello. Unmute you. How are you?
Hi, Godfather. I'm fine. How are you?
I am well. How old are you?
I'm 24.
24. All right. What do you got for me? What are we talking about today?
Okay. So, I'm dating somebody that's like 8 years older than me, and I know that I want to get married, and I'm kind of like at this point where I want to know, like, at what point am I wasting my time? Because we've been dating for like about 6 months now. Like, at what point would I be just wasting my time?
How old are you?
24.
And how old? He said he's 8 years older than you?
Mm-hmm.
All right. What, has your father met him?
Yes.
What does your father think about him?
Well, I was in foster care, but my foster father kind of doesn't make comments about the people we're dating, like, unless he sees, like, I guess, like, signs of abuse, like mental, physical, and stuff. So he hasn't really said anything, but he seems like he likes him.
All right. Did you start dating him with the express intent of getting married?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did he start dating you with the same intent?
Of getting married? Probably not.
Well, then how does that work? If you started dating him with the express intent of getting married, and he did not have the same intent, that's a disconnect right there.
But I mean, don't people like I mean, when you first dated somebody, I personally didn't think like, okay, I want to marry this man. I think like I made that decision like after a couple months of dating.
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem. Dating is dumb because exactly what you describing happens. You guys decide you start to bond to somebody who does not fit. See, what's supposed to happen is, let's just assume you are a wife. then you should only be dealing with people who want to get married and are looking for wives. You have that conversation in the first conversation.
Well, we've had that conversation. He's proposed to 2 other people before, so he's definitely marriage minded.
No. You're listening to what you're hearing what you want to hear. Did this man start dating you with the express intention that he wanted to get married? And you said no. So everything else doesn't matter. Confirmation bias, you will find a way to make it fit. And you ask me if I'm wasting my time. Why? Yes. If you're a wife, you're wasting your time. But are you a wife? No. That's why you're wasting your time. Wives wouldn't waste their time. Just one thing I can't say definitively. Wives don't waste their time. Wives don't waste their time with men who aren't looking to get married. It's like the other woman. She wasn't a wife. You're not a wife. That's why y'all are content to waste your time, and that's fine. But just know that. So when it ends, you can't blame the man.
So, I don't know. Like, I'm still having a disconnect because we've had conversations about marriage and stuff like that, and it's definitely something that he wants. It seems like the conversations that we have about marriage between us is more so a matter of
he doesn't want to marry you. It's like the last lady. Men will talk to you about being married. There's a difference when a man talks about marriage and then a man talks about marrying you.
No, we did. No, he has talked about marrying me specifically. He basically has said that.
Are you a wife?
I don't really know. I don't know.
Were you raised to be a wife?
But I have things to work on.
Were you raised to be a wife?
Excuse me?
Were you raised to be a wife?
No, sir.
Okay. You have any siblings? You said you're in foster care, right?
Yes.
Why do you want to get married?
I want to get married because, for one, I was in foster care with my immediate family, and a lot of my family are married. And then I also want to be married because I'm a single mom, and
I created Drip Drop to save lives. Throughout my entire medical career, I've seen dehydration affect everyone, and I wanted to do something about that. The first people to adopt Drip Drop were folks that needed really fast hydration, folks in the military, firefighters, medical professionals, of course. Now, a lot of folks, elite athletes, and the general public have understood that the difference between okay hydration and great hydration can be a lot. We take a lot of pride in being leaders in the field of hydration.
This is truly my go-to #1 beauty product at the moment. I wear this no matter the time of the day. This just sets me off for anything that I'm doing. This is that lip mask. This is in the shade Whimsical. This is my favorite shade, and this just prepares my lips for quite literally anything. This stuff does not come off, and I have pale lips. I've been over this before on my channel. I wanted to get lip blushing done, and I no longer need to do that because of this product, and that is honestly the truth. This has really transformed things for me. So I want to show you how insane this product is. So how I do this is I kind of firstly line my lips with this, and I like to go a little bit overline because it leaves this stain on your skin and makes you have these really nice plump lips. So when you have no makeup on as well, this is a real game changer. But anyway, I'm going to show you guys the magic. Once my lips are pretty much lined, I then fill them in. You can leave it like this and do a different type of lip look, but I really want to show you guys the full effect. I'm actually just going to give myself a little bit more of a Cupid's bow. And then we're just going to fill in the rest of the lips. Then I'm literally just taking a tiny bit of water and we're going to wipe this off. Also, the longer you leave these products on, like the deeper the stain's gonna be. I like to give mine like 5 minutes-ish. You guys, it's so good every time, like I just can't. Okay, if that hasn't sold you, I truly don't know what will, because that is insane to me. Like, this is just so good, and this does not come off, guys, and I think this color is so pretty. This is my favorite for sure. I'm obsessed. I think it's the best thing ever. You need it.
I now see the importance of having a male figure around my child. I see the importance of having a man in my
Where's
life.
your child's father?
Where is my child's father?
Yep.
Since I decided not to be with him, he is not communicating with me anymore.
How old is your child?
She is 3.
There's all kind of things wrong with this situation.
It is.
You need therapy. You need to get your kids ready for some therapy. And you are not a wife and not ready to be a wife, because you just described you want somebody to help you raise their kids. No, ma'am, please don't fight me on this one. You don't want to go where this is gonna go. I understand you're a single mother, you're a 3-year-old, but there are red flags all over the place, and I'm telling you, marriage won't fix what's going on here.
Well, I mean, I'm not looking for a stepdaddy per se.
Ma'am, it'll be a goddamn stepdaddy, no matter what you want to call it. Your husband would be a stepfather to your child, yes or no?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Thank you. Then it don't matter. Y'all don't want to call it, but you are. And let me correct you, man. You are looking for a stepdaddy before you're looking for a husband. That's how we look at it. We got to look at that the kid we're taking on, cause you're a package deal. He's a stepdaddy first. He's your husband second.
And I don't agree with that.
I don't give a shit if you agree with it. You're not the one that has to take the risk.
Okay.
You got a daughter of a dude that ain't even talking to you. Cool. But that means a man is walking into a jacked up situation. And he has to, and do you want any more kids?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
How many more?
2.
So if a man would have 2 children with you, every dollar he would spend on the 3 kids, 66 cents of his dollar would go to his 2 kids, and then 33 cents would go to another man's child. How is another man's child an asset for for another man?
Remember college. Well, now college is over, and here comes your student loan debt. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You need to talk to YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call YRefi today.
I mean, why couldn't I make that same argument since he has a child?
No, ma'am, you can't answer. So you can't see what you can't do is answer a question with the question. The question I asked was, how is another man's child an asset for another man?
The child is not an asset to another man.
So the only way to make it make sense is you got to make another argument. And that's the problem. That's the issue. A stepfather is a bad deal today because they don't get the respect. Number two, you didn't come in saying, I want to come in and support a man in his dreams and desires and what he wants to build in this. You said, I see the importance of having a man around and I want to have somebody. It's all about you and what you need. But what about him? And he has to step in. If he marries you, man, your child is a liability. In the way, you don't want to look at it this way, but your child is a liability. Meaning this, if he has $1, if he has $100, are you going to allow him to put $100 onto his kids and 0 onto your daughter? Man, don't even come on now. If he comes back with a pizza, comes back with a pizza, and the pizza has 12, and the pizza has 12 slices. He gives 3 to his son, 3 to his daughter. He eat 3, you eat 3, your daughter gets none.
That would be a problem.
Exactly. So he has to provide for your daughter like it's his biological child. True or false?
Yes, sir.
That's not a good goddamn deal for any man.
It may not sound like a good deal, but I feel like I'm not just looking for a stepfather. Like I've committed a lot to him within these past couple months. Like I currently work for him. I quit my job to work for him. Like I've been trying my best to I'm very submissive to him. I listen to him, and I'm very supportive of everything that he's doing. And when I started to date him, that's when I started to think more realistically about
the things I'm saying to you fit any single mother. So it's not about you. It's just the fact that I've been a stepfather, okay? Look. It's not a good deal. Okay. If he chooses to take on the responsibility, just understand that it's not what most men would do. And my thing is, if a man is willing to take on the responsibility of another child today, I don't know. Okay. I hope he gets the reverence he deserves.
I just feel like that's putting me in a box with other people.
Yeah, it's called a baby mama. That's what you are. You're a baby mama. No, that's right. You're in the box. You're in the baby mama box. Yep, you're in the baby mama box. You ain't special. Nope. Y'all all think y'all special. Y'all all think you're special. You pick. Look, man. Like it or not, I'm trying to be as nice as possible, but you ain't gonna run that shit over here. You made a baby with a dude that don't even stick around. You're not an ex-wife. You're not a widow. You're a baby mama. That's a box. That's a box.
I understand. That's not what I'm talking about, though. What I was referring to was the comments that specifically what I was thinking about was when you said how stepfathers don't get the respect that they deserve, because it's a conversation.
They don't get the respect from society like they used to. They don't. Stepfathers have no rights.
Why should the respect of society matter when I respect him and I make sure my child respects him?
The fact that you asked that question just shows how little y'all understand who we are as men. To men, that question answers itself. And the fact that I had to explain it to you shows the gap between female and male understanding today. Go in the comment section. Look at what the men say to that. Your respect ain't enough. We live in a world to where your daughter is 3. When she becomes 14, and you have 2 more kids, and she sees that her siblings are getting different treatment than she gets. Mama, Dante looked at me a certain way when I came out of the bathroom. I don't like the way he's been looking at me. He asked me to do so and so. All it takes is one allegation, man. Snoop Dogg up on charges right now. being sued, not on charge, being sued right now. Man.
I think that's on the parents. Like,
you know, the problem with what?
if
The
I feel
problem
like
with the parents? The problem with the parents?
I want to clarify what I was trying to say. I feel like any child who makes a false allegation against a man like that is a fault on the parents, because I feel like that's an early.
Why didn't you marry your daughter's father?
Why did I not?
Mm-hmm.
I felt like he was after I had my child. I felt like he was not emotionally or mentally stable, and he
How
was
old
not.
is he?
Now that I use Monday Service, AI makes solving tickets my form of meditation. Monday Service is a ticketing platform that helps us manage and automate our entire service operations with efficiency and with no code needed. IT, HR, ops, or any other department, everyone can manage ticketing their way and stay on the same platform, so we can create a unified experience for our customers. Every incoming ticket is automatically categorized, and the repetitive issues get resolved. Whatever tickets are left get routed to the right available rep with recommended resolutions and next steps. And you can see it all here on our dashboard. We customize them to focus on the strategic stuff, identifying company needs and opportunities so we can finally be proactive and also showcase our business impact. Turns out, my job doesn't have to be that chaotic. Right, Taylor?
26.
So you got a 26-year-old baby daddy and a 32-year-old boyfriend. Your child is 3 years old. Why'd you make a baby with a guy who's 2 years older than you and not emotionally stable before getting married?
Well, when we first started dating, I did not.
You did not have a wedding ring and a marriage certificate? We know that. Why'd you marry him?
Me and my child's father had a conversation about being
but you
married.
didn't have a wedding.
The wedding did not happen according.
No, it didn't happen. So you weren't married.
Yes, and I'm saying that the marriage did not happen according to him because he did not.
No, it didn't happen according to anybody. You didn't have a marriage certificate. You didn't have a justice of the peace, a judge, a ceremony. Not according to him. Did you get married legally? I mean, what do you mean not according to him? According to the law, it didn't happen.
No, we did not get legally married, but what I'm saying.
Then why did you do that? Why did you have a baby coming from foster care, knowing how important family is? Why did you have a baby before getting married?
Because I thought that man was gonna marry me, and I thought he was gonna.
No. Is that what's supposed to see? You said that if a kid does something, it's to follow the parents. Okay. Well, then this is the parent who decided to have a baby before she got married because you thought he was gonna marry you. You know one way to ensure that? You know one way to ensure that is to get the marriage first, right?
Yes, sir.
Then you wouldn't be in the position you're in right now. Because you are in a box. You are in a box, ma'am. And here's the thing: you need to understand the box you're in is what the men say it is. Men look at baby mamas different than they do single mothers. Women who are married and had kids. You didn't make a good choice. Because understand something: any man that marries you has got to look and say, "You married a dude that was 2 years older, unstable." Then why does he want to raise inferior DNA? Why would a man want to come in and be a stepfather to inferior DNA? You said he was mentally unstable or whatever, and not in this case life.
DNA, that's not fair to me. He has the child as
well. It's not fair.
Why does he get a pass when he's a single father? But why do I have to? Why does he get more respect and I have more faith in him? But women are more.
Women want fairness. Women want fairness when it suits them. This is what it is. Why is it fair, man? You want him to marry you.
No, but I'm asking a legit question. Like,
But
why
no,
is
you're asking a legit question. You ask, and I'm giving you an answer because you want him to marry you. Because we choose, because men decide who gets married. That's
but he's
why.
gonna be
Listen. Pack it up, calm down, and let me help you. Women choose who gets born and who has sex. Those are your choices. Men determine who gets asked for marriage. We control access to marriage. You control access to sex and who gets born. If you decided you wanted to have an abortion, could your baby daddy have stopped you?
no, sir.
Well, how is that fair to him? Oh, see, you accept the unfairness when it benefits you.
No, I did not accept
It's unfair. True or false?
It's unfair, and I did not exercise that.
Okay, so there is unfairness in sexual dynamics. And right now, you want to marry him. He's 32. He's got a business, right?
Yes, sir.
He's in a better position, so why does he get a pass? Because he's earned it. You haven't. That's the reality. I'm not supposed to say it, but that's the reality because he's 32, got a business. He can take care of his shit. Can you take care of your shit?
No, sir.
Huh?
No, sir.
That's why he gets a pass. That's how the world works.
Okay.
It's not about, what I'm ultimately want you ladies to understand is it's not about fair. And men have been dealing with the inequities, lack of fairness in the sexual marketplace for the longest. Now we're starting to hear women talk about unfair, but understand, the child that he has, does he have custody of the child?
Yes, sir.
That means he's paying and providing for the child.
He has his daughter full time.
Right, and that means he'd have to take money out of his daughter's mouth to put in your daughter's mouth.
Yes, sir.
That's why he gets the fucking pass.
But what is the solution? Because we can't take away all these children that were had out of wedlock. And the purpose of me listening to you.
Solution to what? What is the solution to what?
What is this? Like, how do I get married? Like that's something serious. Like, fuck having a stepfather. Like, I really have a deep desire to get married, and I can't.
Okay, hold on. What is the solution for you? Well, hold on, breathe. Hold on. You asked what's the solution? Are you asking me solution for what do we do with baby mamas? What are we talking about?
No, how do somebody like myself get married if y'all keep putting me in this box and I don't?
No, man, you put yourself in a box. We didn't do this. You did this. Don't put that on me. You did that.
My question is, how do I get married if if the man that
well, you want the answer?
I have a child.
You want the answer? The chances are you don't. It's highly likely you won't. And that's what we need to start telling women. If you decide to make a baby before you get married, you are unlikely to get married. Every other race seems to know this. We got black women are married at a 26% rate. So the notion that the least married race of women would do anything to further complicate chances of marriage is insane to us men. You may have had different family circumstances, but you were born in this country. You knew better. You knew what happens having a kid before marriage and after marriage. You know all that stuff, but you chose to decide to do it out of order. So now you take what comes along with it. It comes along with the box.
People had
what you want, people, and what women like women, and what you want won't happen. You want men to say, well, she was young, it didn't happen. All right, that comes on an individual level. Somebody has to be willing to, okay, let's look at it this way. Take it away from you so it's not so personal, okay? Somebody can go to jail. Somebody can go to jail for a felony.
Yeah.
All right. They got that on the record. Let's say it's for some really bad stuff. Let's say for
Okay.
something, let's say they got accused of doing something really heinous.
Okay.
Do they get to apply for jobs like they didn't have to take a chance on them? They can't. They can say it's not fair, but that's how the marketplace works. But I got to ask a question to you now, because see, I don't have the benefit of people feeling sorry for me because I'm crying. How is it fair for you as a mother of as a single mother with a child with a man that you said was behind the curve? He was had some mental whatever going on, whatever, immature and young. How is it fair for you to take your child and ask another man to raise it as his own? How is it fair to him when you said that child is going to be a liability to him? How is it fair?
Life ain't fair.
How the fuck can you say that and then ask me how that should be fair to you? If you can understand it that way, shut those tears off. You can be that fucking cold-hearted when it gets that way. See, gentlemen, you see how quick she was willing to say fuck you to the men? But yeah, she got these crocodile-ass tears when it's her feelings hurt? That's why I want my critical detractors to say, they got no problem putting this shit on men, but then I ask them, how's it fair to have to go raise another man's kid? Life ain't fair.
The reason why I said that is
I don't care why you said it, man. I don't care how you said it. That sounded fucked up. But I'm glad you were honest because that's how you really felt.
no, that's what you just told me, that life is not fair. That's why I said
Yeah, okay. You're responsible for the words that come out of your mouth. You're not gonna make it seem like I put those words there.
I'm saying
That dog won't hunt.
what I'm saying is that's the
Answer my question. Answer my question. How is it fair that another man has to raise your daughter?
it's not fair.
Then why are you asking for fairness?
When I was asking for fairness, I was being fair by accepting him and this child.
You're not accepting him, ma'am. He has his own daughter to raise. How is it fair for him to take food and money and resources from his biological child to share it with your biological child who is not going to be an asset? You're not doing. Listen, ma'am. Listen. If it was not you, you would not see that this man is being done any favors. He's helping you out.
He is helping me out, but the reason why I don't feel like I am such a liability to him is because my role in his business directly affects the financial. I do help him.
How long has he been in business?
Excuse me?
How long has he been in business?
I know at least one of his businesses has been around for 8 years.
I'm sorry, your little 6 months of doing something ain't that important.
I'm the first and only woman that's working
Your
for
little
him. So
6 months of doing something ain't that important. This man had his custody of his daughter and was running a successful business before he met you. Don't diminish that man like that.
I'm not trying to diminish him. I just felt
No, well, what you did, his business was around 8 years.
I was not trying to diminish him. The
The
reason why
issue is, ma'am, you're in a situation that you don't like and you're trying to balance it out, and it won't balance.
that's not
It
true.
won't balance. It's like a square wheel. It will not roll. It will not roll.
My daughter receives $2,500 a month for caring for me. She's finally getting financial support for the care she's providing for me anyway. Entire Care offers a caregiver compensation program. They support people that care for friends or family members. Also, you are assigned a personal contact person who will help you with all questions and challenges. They really want to help you become the best possible caregiver. The financial support is such a blessing and made a huge difference in our lives. If you are in a similar situation, you just have to give it a try. Get the support you deserve and visit entirecare.com.
This brilliant device keeps your home cool in summer, even during heat waves and power outages. It's smaller than a lunchbox, cools any room within 3 minutes, and uses 98.7% less energy than your AC. It was invented by a former NASA engineer from Houston, and it's now taking the US by storm. Steve designed this device after a citywide power outage left him, his wife, and elderly mother without AC in the searing summer heat. With inside temperatures reaching 90 degrees, Steve took matters into his own hands. The result is an ingenious invention that's destroying the $5 billion AC industry, helping families around the country. Having worked on cooling systems for deep space rockets at NASA, he reverse engineered the existing aircon unit in his house and was able to build a more efficient cooling device. It sucks in the surrounding hot air, passes it through a liquid compressed cooling cartridge, and then blasts cold air back into the room. Immediately after he turned it on, temperatures in the sweltering hot living room plummeted from 93 to 63 degrees in just 3 minutes. Amazed at the results, Steve put his prototype through controlled testing. His invention cooled down a 400 square feet room by 30 degrees in minutes, keeping it cool using only 2.3% of the electricity of regular AC units. Weighing just 2 pounds, the small and lightweight design allowed the device to run for over 12 hours, recycling the air already generated to create a non-stop loop of cold air that's 99% efficient. It didn't take long before greedy AC companies lined up to license Steve's invention. Worried they would inflate prices and take advantage of homeowners, Steve decided to partner up with independent engineers and trustworthy ex-co-workers instead. Together, they perfected his prototype and readied it for mass production. It's called polar cooling, and it cools down rooms rapidly using only tiny amounts of electricity. By recycling cold air, practically no energy is wasted. Just plug it in for continuous, non-stop cooling in any room of your house or charge it through USB to stay cool anywhere you go for over 12 hours. Polar cooling is smaller, lighter, more efficient, and 98.7% less expensive than regular AC units. It also outperforms any plug-in fan in side-by-side testing and doesn't make any noise. The brilliant cooling technology passes water over a precision-engineered liquid compression cartridge and cools rooms within minutes. Just fill it with tap water and plug it in to start blasting out icy cool air practically for free. It runs for hours without needing to be plugged in and works in rooms of up to 400 square feet. If you already have an AC, use this instead to save energy. It's much cheaper and just as effective. People all around the world are choosing the more affordable polar cooling over their expensive AC. Right now, Steve is giving it away at a substantial discount to get the word out quickly, but you have to hurry. According to weather specialists, we're in for one of the hottest summers in the past 100 years, and polar cooling is flying off the shelves. Don't risk going without cool, fresh air this summer. So click the link below this video to claim a 50% discount before all units are gone.
And this is what, and how about this? Let's go to the different way. If at 19 years old or 18 years old, you had known then what you know about being a single mother now, would you have chosen, would you still make the choice that you did to get pregnant?
No, sir.
That's all we need to know. That's the test of a decision. Would you do it again?
But I never decided to be a single mom. I woke up one day and was like, I want to be independent. That was never my mindset. I've been wanting to be, and I've been married since I was probably 18.
You got pregnant before marriage. That makes you a single mother.
I understand what that makes me.
Then you woke up and decided to be a single mom.
I woke up to do what was best for my child. I did not feel.
You got pregnant before you got married. You decided to be a single mother. That's what makes you a single mother. And the more you dance around that issue, just because you don't like the classification, it's still a square wheel. And it's only going to impede your progress because you're fighting against reality.
So I should just break
the reality. And here's the reality: the market get to decide. Let me let it out to you, ma'am. Who gets to decide the price of a vehicle, the price of something? The person who's buying or the person who's selling? Who gets to decide the value? The buyer or the seller?
Initially, the buyer. I mean,
not initially. Not initially. No, the seller sets a price. The buyers determine whether or not they want to pay that price.
Okay, so I had it backwards.
Right. So that's how that works. The men are the buyers. And sorry, the buyers, men, value single mothers less than women with children.
This AI turns your ideas into complete, ready-to-sell digital products in bulk and in minutes.
Let's say you want to create a coloring book. All you do is type your idea, like, I want a coloring book of cute animals. And just like that, the pages are done for you. Want to create a children's storybook? Simply type your story idea. This AI doesn't just write it, it illustrates every page with beautiful, consistent characters. It's mind-blowing. Thinking of designing custom clip arts to sell online? Input your concept and immediately generate bulk clip art ready for your customers. Struggling with low views on your YouTube channel? This AI analyzes your videos and automatically creates attention-grabbing thumbnails, eliminating the hassle of creative guesswork. Want to create a personalized storybook for someone special? Just upload their photo, and this AI will turn them into the hero of their own beautifully illustrated book. You can even effortlessly turn beloved pets into exquisite artistic portraits. Upload a pet photo and watch it become a cherished, memorable piece of art. This isn't just design, it's magic, simplified for everyone, especially if you're not tech savvy.
Click the link below to get instant access and grab the lifetime deal before it's gone.
And that's the women without children.
If I'm gonna just be honest, like what I feel like, not what I think you're doing, like what I'm getting out this conversation is that I just need to end my relationship and start being a single mom. Like it sounds like there's no hope for a single mom. What you do, no matter how hard you try. Like that's really what I'm getting out the conversation. And I don't want to be like my aunts that bitter and not me and bitter and divorced. Like I want to make a change before I did make a mistake, but I fucked up so bad I probably can't do anything. I just feel like
ma'am, I want you to go back to the beginning of the conversation. Did this man start dating you with the express intention of wanting to marry you?
If I'm honest, I don't know.
Well, then that's the problem. See, so don't tell me what you're getting off of this conversation when you started dating a man knowing you wanted to be married and you didn't get that clear first. See, that's why I'm good at what, no ma'am, I'll let you speak. That's why I'm good at what I do. Because you try to put yourself into the, what you're getting is you're not dating on purpose. You're not choosing a man based upon the outcome you want and the situation you're in. You're not getting buy-in from that initially. So if you find yourself 6 months down the line, quitting your job, working for a man, you're trying to put a square peg in a round hole to reverse engineer a relationship to your marriage. Did that man start out dating you with the intention of wanting to get married? If the answer is no, then you shouldn't have dated him.
That doesn't, I can't understand what, I can't understand it because I don't think.
What do you mean you don't understand it? What do you mean you don't understand it? Hi, John. My name is, what's your first name?
What's up?
Maya.
What's be going?
Maya. Hey, John, my name is Maya. How you doing? Yeah, I think you're cute. You think I'm cute? You want to go out? You want to go to date? Cool. Well, guess I'm looking to get married. I'm only want to date towards marriage.
That conversation has happened.
Do you want to get married? Do you want to get married? Okay, so you only want to date towards marriage too? Okay, great. Well, what kind of time frame do you want to get married?
I'm on the internet.
Oh,
I ain't cut
in
my
2-3
TV
years?
on
Oh, that's
about
too
a
long.
month and a half now.
Hope you find what you're looking for. Click close next.
No.
That ain't hard to understand. Pretty
And
straightforward.
it's official.
But that
Pretty
conversation,
straightforward, is it not? Is it, was
No,
that straightforward?
I'm not getting
yes,
it.
and
I'm
that
just asking to
conversation
let a motherfucker
happened.
know
That's what
that
I'm
you
trying
got
to
the
tell
shit.
you. We
I'm not
had the
fucking with
conversation
that shit.
of I want to be married. I want to have a wife. I want to make
I don't care
I'm
about
with
that goddamn
somebody
TV.
What kind
that
of time frame did he say he wanted to be married in?
that's the one question I did not ask.
Well, then that's not the, see what you just said is that's the conversation happened, folks. And I've asked one question and that just shows that's not what happened. That ain't what happened. So I don't trust, ma'am, that ain't what happened. So I don't trust your recollection because you said that's what happened.
No, when I said that's what happened, I was referring to the conversation of do you want to get married?
Yeah, he wants to get married. Wants to get married, ma'am. Does he want to get married? Yes. In what time frame? You didn't ask that question, but you knew that you wanted to get married in a short time frame. That's on you. But here's the other question. Just because he wants to get married doesn't mean he's going to marry you. He may have dated you, Josh, he may have dated you and said, you know what? I don't like it. I don't like this. But see, that's the thing. If you're serious, you should check in